Want to know what street so I can tell you what kind of neighborhood that is.
Oh, I already know, but you'll just be able to confirm
Nah,
it for
you
me.
can't say that now because down here we got some good looking black neighborhoods. You remember the cost of living is cheap down here now, so
Okay,
you
you
we
might be
got
right.
some good looking black neighborhoods down here. All the black neighborhoods ain't the hood
Mm,
down here. We got some upscale black neighborhoods too. So
okay,
that's why I
okay.
said what street you on,
Mm,
what area in Dothan.
let me. So it was the same zip code you gave me, the 36301.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Let me see if I could pull up. 36301. I think the house was like $200,000 for the house. It was on Randolph Street.
How you spell Randall?
Randolph, Randolph Street.
Randolph.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Randolph Street. And there was one on St. Andrews as well, but that was a fixer upper.
All right, now St. Andrews, that's the hood.
Yeah, St. Andrews. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the hood.
yeah. I could tell the way the house looked. I was like, yeah, that's kind of, and it really
Yeah,
needed some fixing.
yeah, Randolph, Randolph Street is the hood. I mean, not Randolph.
So you mean St.
Uh,
Andrews?
Andrew Street is the hood.
What about Dulcie Street?
Hold on, I'm looking at this Randolph Street. Let me see. I'm looking at the streets around it. Hill Street. Yeah, Randolph a good neighborhood.
Yeah, and what about Dulcie Street?
Oh yeah, you over there by Power Stores. Now Randolph Street, let me tell you about Randolph Street. You over there by Power Sports. Randolph Street is a black neighborhood, but it's an upscale black neighborhood.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, the
Yeah,
houses and everything was really nice. All everyone's
yeah,
lawn was done
that's
nice.
a
I was
black
like, yeah,
neighborhood.
I thought it was
That's
a
a
white
black
neighborhood.
neighborhood. It got space for white people there, like not so rich white people, but that's a upscale black neighborhood right there. Where you at?
Yeah, I was
Right there
like,
by
man,
Power.
if that brother get a house in that neighborhood, they're gonna be burning crosses on his lawn.
Nah. That's a black neighborhood. It's just a upper scale black neighborhood.
Okay,
What
calm,
other street
calm.
you were talking about?
Dorsey Street.
Dawsey,
Mm-hmm.
DOW.
Dusy.
Oh, Ducey Street.
It's Ducey. Okay.
Yeah, that's the hood.
Oh, that's a hood?
That's the hood.
Oh, okay. I saw a really nice house out there.
Yeah, you
175,000.
got some real nice houses in the hood.
Mm.
Well, that's the damn floor. That's the hood right
Oh yeah?
there.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta understand that how it's gonna look different from up north because it ain't no big city, so
Mm.
it's gonna look different to you. It look run down to me, Ducey Street, but it look different. It's gonna look different to you because you from a big city. You see what I'm saying?
Con.
So it ain't gonna look. It's gonna look like a nice neighborhood to you, but I'm used to being down here. I know the difference in what a nice neighborhood is. See, I like if I move up there, I ain't gonna know what the difference in a nice neighborhood and a good neighborhood because everything just gonna look like downtown to me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Everything just gonna look like downtown to me because I ain't from a big city like that. Just like the houses look like apartments to me up there.
Con. Hey,
They don't
Salaki
look like
fam, I don't mean to hold up the conversation talking about houses and stuff, but
oh, kind.
Yazayan and I, we started a conversation about the neighborhood where he lives and how, how white people are and how black people are and how kind of black people got to stay in their place, so to speak, you know. and that the only black people who kind of get good jobs are females and effeminate men. You know, pretty much that's the way it kind of rocks down there. So as an affluent black person, so-called man, you have to either be kissing ass or be effeminate. Then you can get some good jobs out there. But uh, 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 you know, a man, you know, he's gonna be having to do some labor work. You know, the black females they get good jobs as well, but not the black men.
That's just about how it is almost all over now. Whenever you go into a place, you see it's the LGBTQ. I went into the gym yesterday. It was funny. Walking up to the person, you seen long hair, and they working behind the counter. So all you can really see is their long hair and their shirt. And next thing you know, I walk around to the side of the counter, and it's a whole man, nails on, mustache, beard, but got makeup on and a long hair like a woman. I was like, man, I didn't know what to call the person. I was like, I said I was like, they had turned on the machine for me in the gym. So I was like, thanks, man. And they gave me a crazy bad look. And I was just saying, thanks, man, like not to be facetious or nothing like that. I was just saying, thanks, man. Just like, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And next thing you know, they looked at me so crazy. It was like, oh man.
You
And then,
misgendered him or
yeah,
her.
right. But like, crazy looking. It was like, oh man, I had all the makeup on, the eyelashes, the everything. It was just horrible. I was like, oh man, and, it was a brother too. I felt so bad for the brother, man. He had on his beard shaved, down to like a chin strap. It was just horrible. I was like, oh man, what is things coming to? But that's how you see a lot of that going on, man. You see a lot of that going on all over. But that's not bad pricing, especially on houses down south. 175, 200,000. You can get yourself a little mini mansion down there, some 2,000, almost to 2,500 square feet,
Yeah, con.
or maybe a half an acre or better. You know what I'm saying? So down south and is definitely the way to move if if that's what you're looking for. And Yazian is
But you got to keep this in mind, Salaki. I
hmm
think this is the part that elder don't never think about. You also don't get paid as much at any job as you would up north. You can go get the same exact job down here at McDonald's and they probably pay you $10, $11 an hour versus the McDonald's up there might start y'all off with $15 or $16. Y'all gotta think about that too.
Con
Uh,
the cost of living is in sync with the minimum wage and the salary rates. They grade them differently. Each part of the country has a different grade on the salary. You know what I'm saying? So like
Right.
up north is A or B grade or something like that, and that's like some of the highest. California is A or B grade, so they got the highest rates or whatever. And then as you go down south, it does go lower in comparison to what the in sync, I should say, to what the cost of living is. But you still can it evens out. You know what I mean? So and if you're going down there, like when I left the city to come down south, I was in retirement mode. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't trying to make a whole heap of money or anything like that. Like when I was living in the city. So if you go down there and you set you coming from even if you live down there already, but if you set yourself in a place where you don't have to be in want of all things, you know what I'm saying? And you content with what you have, you'll be able to do good. It's better than being in the city and every which way you turn your head, something is going on. It's money to spend here, money to spend there. So or even though you might make $20. I think $20 an hour is the minimum wage up in New York. It's about 15 or 17, I think, or 18 down here in DC. So even though you're making a couple dollars more, you spending for every extra dollar you make, you spending that extra dollar on, whatever it is, from gas to rent or mortgage, or you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. The Esau gonna take it from you one way or another, no matter what.
You got to pay so much extra for everything. Like in New York, you get a ticket on your car. If you don't pay that right away, or a ticket on anything, you get so much fees added to that, late fees, like you wouldn't believe. You started off with $100 ticket. Before you know it, your ticket costs $1,000. And it might have been a simple parking ticket. But other states don't really hit you like that on late fees and stuff like that. I got a ticket, remember, years ago, many years ago in New Jersey, was a parking ticket, meter ticket. And because I went out there to do a job or whatever, and I had forgotten about the ticket. And it was like a couple of years later, I was like, oh my God, they're going to kill me on fees. The original ticket was $26, which is even crazy. You ain't getting no parking ticket in New York for $26, you know. But the years later, when I went to pay the ticket, it was still $26. And I was like, what? I was so excited to pay that ticket, man.
All praise, all praise. I wish them tickets. When I was just out there the last time, and up in New York, man, I parked and I had to move the car by 11 o'clock. This was the last time I was talking to you when I was up there, Shemaiah. And I moved the car by 11 o'clock in the morning. I got to the car probably like 11:05. And the guy is writing me, Esau standing there writing me a ticket. I'm like, come on, man. I was watching you as you came and started watching the car. Oh, you should have been here already. Da da da. Man wrote me a ticket. I haven't responded yet. I'm gonna respond and put not guilty, and let it ride from there. See if I can get a reduce or something. But yeah, New York is the worst with tickets. That's what they don't got to worry about down south, because you got your land to park on. You don't got to worry about moving the car. In New York, you got to move the car every other day. You moving the car back and forth, all kind of crazy stuff like that. Parking rules is in effect unless it's
yeah. So you pay extra for so many things in New York that you don't really have to worry about in other places. That alternate side of the street parking have so many people with tickets. And like certain days now, you drive around in certain neighborhoods or wherever, and you just seen boots on so many different cars, man. They just putting boots on your car and then towing it because of tickets. Come out, there's gonna be a paper stuck on your window and a boot on your car. And well, the good thing, a lot of people figured out how to remove them boots out of the car. So you're seeing boots on the side of the street now. So if you know how to take it off, all praises for you, man. But that's how they roll out here, man. They impound your car, charge you for towing you, plus the tickets you owe, plus this, plus that. The cost of living in New York is high. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. If you go to the store in Manhattan and you try to buy a bottle of water or something like that, they charge you $2-3 for a regular dollar bottle of water. Everything is crazy, man. It's crazy. So, you end up paying for it somehow, some way. That's the curses we got to deal with while we still in captivity.
But I was talking to a business owner the other day. It was a while back, and he just sells juices, and he got a little hole in the wall storefront. It was on 3rd Avenue, which is East Side. And this dude is paying $30,000 a month for that little hole in the wall.
Wow.
And I was like, you must be crazy to pay this much money for this small little spot. So I can't imagine what them really big stores, what them banks are paying, because literally all the buildings in New York is built where commercial level on the bottom, and for based on the business is, I mean, building is commercial bottom, and the top is residential, or it might be a fully commercial building,
Right.
But if this dude is paying 30,000 a month for that small place, what are the bigger places paying? New York is expensive. So when you go and you buy a sandwich and you can get that sandwich maybe for $5 in other states, and they tell you $15 in New York, like what the hell is this thing is worth $15?
God.
Is because of the cost of living. They got to pay $30,000 a month. They ain't charging you $5 for that sandwich.
Nope.
So stay out of New York. That's the warning. If you can. That's why they tell you that song says, man, if you could make it in New York, you can make it anywhere.
God. And them nuclear bombs soon hit, most high willing. So you gotta get up out of them cities anyway. Most high, you know what I'm saying? And them race wars come, it's gonna be worse off. Well, it's gonna be bad all over, even especially in the South. The race wars come, it's gonna be really bad in the South. The Civil War come over here in America, it's gonna be bad all over. I know when we was at camp the other night, Elder Terah was saying, don't be surprised if when they try to do this transition from Biden to Trump, you see some stuff happening right around that time. I know that Yazayan, your relative Al Sharpton is supposed to be doing a march on Washington D.C. on January 6th. They supposed to march. I don't know if they're marching past the White House, but they're gonna be marching out here, the National Action Network, the group that he started or whatever. Because when I was in New York the other day, he was on the radio saying January 6th they're gonna march on Washington, but they're gonna do it peacefully. So, like I said, it's gonna, like the elder was saying, don't be surprised. Elder Terah was saying, don't be surprised if you see some stuff going on surrounding that date with the transition of power from Biden to Trump.
Hey man, it's a question. Everybody knows Al Sharpton was an informer for the government, right? Whether FBI or whoever else was using him. And he claimed that, he was only informing for some mafia dudes or something like that. Is that something people believe? That they only going to use you for one specific place? That, he's only informing on these set of people. I don't think so.
Oh, nah, he definitely has a...
Man, that man part of the Illuminati, man. Y'all know what time it is. That man work. That man is part of the crew, man.
God.
Yeah, he on the roster. Yeah.
Man.
At this point, he probably wanted to what you call him? At this point, he probably like a gatekeeper or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that's why I brought that up. It's like, okay, you're marching for what, Al Sharpton? The people who come and march with you and talk about anything, you gotta probably have them on the list and be like, yeah, you gotta keep an eye on this nigga. He was kind of rowdy. He was kind of trying to say we should do more than march. Keep an eye on this nigga right here. He's probably given lists of people who's supposedly trying to come out to say, yeah, let's support this and support that. But as the brother said, he's the gatekeeper.
God.
So,
Shalom, I see Brother Tony.
This ain't stuff I know for a fact, because trust me, he don't talk to me about it. You know what I'm saying? But
God.
Just sitting around listening and learning and see, I'm gonna know little small stuff that y'all ain't gonna know, because I know the family. I know his sisters, I know his brothers, I know, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna know stuff that y'all just don't know. You know what I'm saying? So this is me speaking from my thoughts. I think his job is to just keep us calm
Exactly.
while they do what they do. You see what I'm saying? That's his job. The
God.
team they use him, Jesse, the dude over the NAACP being jealous.
Mm.
Um, these people they use them to like kind of like calm us down and keep us contained. But they try to make it seem like they the faces for us and they fight for us politically, non-violent. That same shit they try to make it seem like Martin Luther King was doing that non-violent. We fight politically for the black people. We have a voice and all of that bullshit.
It's, he's the typical plantation pastor. When the slaves wants to get uneasy and be angry about how
And
master killed Tony, they gonna bring out the slave plantation pastor and tell everybody we gonna get ours in the sweet by and by. You
we're
know,
gonna march. Let's go do this march. We need to march for what? I don't know, but I don't know what the hell we keep walking and shit for. It seems like every time we call ourselves want to fight for something, we get to walking. What the hell we keep walking and shit for? Ain't nobody trying to exercise.
Yeah.
exercise
Like,
for our rights.
yeah, that's I hope whoever came up with the solution, let's march. Like, ain't nothing never got done marching. Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing never got done marching, man.
God.
We ain't never marched our way into nothing. I promise you that, fool.
For real.
That's the truth.
Yes, so like Shalom family.
Shalom.
Shalom, King.
Shalom, King.
Yeah, just mentioning what the brother mentioned, man. They marching, all that marching, man. That's that Martin Luther King spirit, man. He had a dream. We didn't have a dream. You know, segregation was great. We had black businesses and we was building. We had cities and we had neighborhoods and hospitals and doctors and bus lines. Martin Luther King had that dirty dream. And what happened? When you join hand with your oppressor, hey man, they stab you in your back and your stomach. And now they dumb you down to the point that where you marching. Marching where? Like the brother said. Ain't nobody trying to exercise, man. So all praises, man. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Saying then
ain't
you gotta
nothing changed.
oh Salakia.
Yeah, go ahead, King.
And then you gotta realize this, man. And this is me speaking just from little stuff that I just know. Like we ain't, that marching thing is just a cover up to just keep us occupied. You know how when a child get to being nosy and figuring out what you doing, what you do, you give them something to do. You might go turn the little cartoons on for them or something. See, that's what that marching is. It's a distraction. You know what I'm saying? They use that marching thing as a distraction to us. They try to keep our mind off of what's going on. And then think about when you walk along, yeah, this is you tired. You ain't got time to be thinking about whatever you were fighting for in the first place. You tired.
Well, exactly. And the marching is like it is a distraction. The only thing has ever moved Esau's hands politically, you know, socially for our people is when we stop spending in his places. Like the bus boycott, that changed things in the sense that, they like, oh yeah, well, yeah, we gotta come to negotiate. But then when you look at the 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 agreements that was made so that black people could sit anywhere on the bus, it was a slap in the face. The agreement was so disgusting. I mean, when you read it today, it's like that's what they agreed to. And when that whole boycott started, a whole lot of black bus companies started up. And when they got the agreement in place, all of the black people stopped going on the black buses just so they can ride anywhere and sit anywhere on the white buses. So the black bus companies that had started up to take people to their workplace, they shut down because nobody was riding on the bus anymore. It's the whole saying, you know, the white man's ice is colder.
Desegregation was horrible for us when we were, you know, even though, like Tony was saying, with that civil rights, Martin Luther King movement, they were pushing desegregation. It actually was horrible for us. We were better off when we were segregated in our own, in our own schools, our own communities, our own bus companies. We were better off when we were segregated. When we tried to join hand in hand, we can go over that scripture tonight. Though they join hand in hand, we tried to join hand in hand with our enemies, and they rusted up on us just like iron, just like the scriptures say. Never trust your enemies, as though iron rusteth. Which we're gonna go over that one again too. So, you know, it was something that was unfortunate, but part of the curses is all written in the scriptures. So, you know, it had to happen because at that point in time, we wasn't, you know, we wasn't following the laws, statutes, and commandments. You know what I mean? We was following after half. You know, I'm just giving rough numbers, but half of the people was going after the Nation of Islam. The other half of our people was Christians, going after Martin Luther King. Had a very small section of our small remnant, a section of our people, the commandment keepers, which eventually, you know, evolved and moved into One West, and the truth became, you know, started off small, but now became what it is today, and there's no stopping the truth from going out. So, you know, just at that time, that wasn't the right time, and Most High had to still kind of, you know, we were still being destroyed mentally because we lacked that knowledge that the Most High eventually opened up our eyes to and opened up our ears to. So, you know, all praises to the Most High that He finally gave us an opportunity to come back to Him and keep His law, statutes, and commandments and wake up these lost sheep.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna hold up your class anymore, man.
all, all praises to the Most High, man. We could go ahead and get it started. We got to read on Yazian. Anybody that's on the class, if you have the opportunity, go ahead and share the YouTube page. You also can share the Zoom link, but share the YouTube page, share the Zoom link, so that we can spread this gospel, spread this good news, and spread this truth throughout the entire world. We can edify those of the nation of Israel, and we can give the glory and honor and the praise to Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. And that's how we're going to start off the class. We give all praise, all glory, all honor to Yahweh in the name of His only begotten Son, the Holy Lamb of God, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, Yahweh Shai Mashiach. And we give double honors to our elders here in the house of Israel, and honor to all the mighty men of valor out there doing the work and putting their brick in, feeding the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? We give honor to our wives, honor to the virtuous women of the nation of Israel out there being submissive, dressing modestly, and raising up and rearing up their children, training them up in the way that they should go, and building up their households. All praises to the Most High. And to any children that are watching, continue to honor, love, and respect your father and your mother. It's the first commandment with promise. All praises to the Most High Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. And we're going to start tonight's lesson off. Tonight's lesson is going to be a good one. We got a lot of videos to get into, a lot of articles to get into. So we're going to try and get through it and make it through the whole lesson. I'm going to just jump right into it, share the screen. Let me know when y'all can see the screen, and make sure the mic is good and everybody can hear and everything like that. I should be able to see the screen now. Audio device should be working. Perfect. All right, so tonight's lesson is going to be a Thanksgiving story part 2. To the Native American tribes, it's a hell day, not a holiday, right? And you see the pictures up here, right, to the right of the screen, how they put Indian land, they put Gad and Reuben's land up for sale. We were just talking about the land being for sale. We were just talking about buying houses and the different rates that they choose for housing across this country. This is land that's not even theirs. This is land that does not belong to them. But still to this day, they're making profits off of the land that they stole, right? Off of the land that they came in and they took outright from the tribe of Gad and from the tribe of Reuben, from our so-called Native American and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters, right? You see, they advertised it, right? Get a home of your own, make easy payments, get the title, right? Get possession of the land within 30 days. It's good land for grazing, for agriculture, for farming, irrigated land. And then you see the picture of the map up at the top. This whole entire country, right? Canada, the entire of the North America, Canada and the United States of America, all was land that belonged to the tribe of Gad and to the tribe of Reuben, right? And due to the curses, the Most High had a stranger come in and take this land from them, somebody who they knew not. They didn't know, they never heard their language before. In certain cases, they don't even remember seeing people that look like this, like these European colonists and these pilgrims and these Spanish people and these French people that came over and took the land away from them and started dividing the land, cutting the land up. Straight up theft. But yet people now celebrate the theft of that land by celebrating Thanksgiving, by carving up turkeys. And the carved turkey is a symbol of the dead bodies of all the Native Americans across the land. The cranberry sauce is a symbol of the blood, right? That was shed all across this land. We talked about that on the Tuesday night class, how this land is not cleansed because of all the blood shed that was done here in America, right? The stuffing, that symbolizes what they did to our people. All the main dishes that people are going out today and stuffing their face with, getting second and third plates, 2-3 days worth of leftover turkey. And all it does is symbolize the death and the blood spill of our Native American and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters. And this is how we relate to our Native American and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters, to help them to understand that they're Israelites by taking them and walking them down through the curses so that they see the things that have happened to them was prophesied in the Bible, right? By showing them the similarities of how the Native American and Seminole Indian, man, woman, and child dwelled in tents, dwelled in teepees, which are dwelling in booths, like we do during the Feast of Tabernacles, right? How they still wear fringes and wear jingle dresses, right? How they would make sacrifices, how they would even till the land, and how they would take care of the animals of the land, the livestock, right? How they would herd the buffalo and the different animals that they would have, from sheep to goats. How they would till the land and grow the corn. And how they would also have similarities in the languages, how they would also have similarities in the feast days, because they desired to keep a part of the law. And all of that was stolen from them. All of that was wiped away through the assimilation of the, as Elder Shemaiah brought out in a mighty lesson, how we were assimilated into the American society and the American culture, assimilated into Catholicism and Christianity. That's what they did to our Native American and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters, the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben. They assimilated them into Catholicism. They assimilated them into Christianity. Right? They put diseases on them, covering them with smallpox. They sterilized the women. They shuffled them off the land and put them in reservations. And these reservations look worse than any of the hoods that we could think of. The worst hood that we could think of in our neighborhood in New York, from Brooklyn to the Bronx, from New York all the way down to the whole East Coast. You go onto one of these reservations, it's horrible. The living conditions that our people have to suffer through, right? So we're gonna go through all of that tonight, man, and we're gonna see how a lot of what is happening is to our brothers and sisters is how we find a way to relate to them when we see them on the highways and hedges. If we go to any of their powwows, how we teach the word to them by utilizing these scriptures that are here, right? So that we can show to them the Bible verses that are applied to their state of living, so that they just, because you can't apply, in most cases, you can't really apply Deuteronomy 28 and 68 to what the Native Americans are going through. But there are parts of the Deuteronomy 28 that apply directly to our Native American brothers and sisters. That's why this is a hell day for them, right? They gave them the same way they gave us February, they gave them November as a mockery. This is Indigenous Peoples Month, the month of November, the same month where they hold the holiday called Thanksgiving, mocking what was done to the Native American and Seminole Indian man, woman, and child, mocking how they stole their land and put their land up for sale, like you see here in the picture in the bottom. The same way they mock us in February with so-called Black History Month. Just even calling it Black History Month is a mockery because we're not black. My shirt is black. Right? So they mock our Native American brothers and sisters and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters by putting the so-called Thanksgiving holiday, which is a hell day to our Native American brothers and sisters, putting it Indigenous Peoples Month.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, King.
Want to bring out a little script.
Go.
Luke 11 and 47.
Bring it out when you got it, King.
This is the book of Luke, chapter 11 and verse 47. When you have it, say Khan.
Khan.
Luke 11 and 47. Woe unto you, for ye build the sepulchres of the prophets, and your fathers killed them.
That's exactly what the brother is saying right now. You kill somebody and put a memorial, a day of your murder in place. That's building the tombs. Because you know your ancestors and forefathers are the one who shed the blood of our people, shed the blood of our prophets. And you put up monuments and dates to say, well, this is Black History Month, or this is Thanksgiving Day, or this is whatever it is. You know, what was that one they put up for when they burned down Wall Street? What they call it? The Black Wall Street.
Tulsa's the Oklahoma City Massacre.
Yeah.
From Tulsa.
Yeah, there's a thing they Juneteenth. Is it Juneteenth?
Well, Juneteenth is another mockery, but I don't think that has to do with letting go of slavery. The Tulsa City Massacre, what is the holiday they put around that?
Yeah, I can't remember what it is, but this is historically what they do.
God.
You know, they kill, murder, and then they put up monuments. When you go up to Niagara Falls, you see a big, a monument there to the to the to Niagara Falls. And the Indian name is Niagara, something like that. I can't remember it properly. But all of these are monuments that they have put up for their murders. This is what they always do.
God.
And yeah, their forefathers are the one who shed the blood of the prophets, man.
God, even Mount Rushmore, where they have Mount Rushmore, is a mockery to the so-called Native American and Seminole Indian, right? Because the land that Mount Rushmore is put up, was carved out into, is actually Native American territory, right? That territory belongs to the Native Americans, and they are still fighting to this day to get that monument taken down. And almost, they want it fully destroyed because they put that monument up in their territory, in their land, so they can look at the people. Andrew Jackson, right? His face is up there, the president, and he's he's the main culprit behind the Trail of Tears. So our people have to go out and look at his face every time they out there on their reservation, carved big into the side of a mountain. George Washington, all of these people who came in, colonized America, and stole their land.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, King.
Yazian, could you get that same verse in the Message Bible version? If you can't, it's okay. I could probably bring it out for you.
In the Message Bible version?
Yeah.
I can get it. You want me to
I got Bible Hub right here. Would it be in there? Okay, it would. Okay, so okay, MSG. Let me see.
It definitely will be in the Bible Hub.
Would it be MS?
Yeah, MSG.
If you want, I could put it on the screen for you.
Yeah, you got it. You got it already?
No, I can't. I don't know how to navigate through this. I use my 1611 and my precept Bible and my BLB. So
I'm putting it on the screen. What was it, Luke?
Yeah, Luke 11:47.
Gotcha. Luke 11.
And you could read more, a little past 47. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Yazian. It's highlighted on the screen. You can see it.
Okay. It said, "You're hopeless. You build tombs for the prophets your ancestors killed. The tombs you build are monuments to your murdering ancestors, more than to murdered prophets. That accounts for Yahweh's
Wait, Shalaki. The tombs you build is not really for the people you killed. It's literally to remember your murdering ancestors. That's literally what it's about. It's not to say, oh, these are for the people we killed, the Niagara people, which they call Niagara Falls and all of that stuff, and the buffaloes in Buffalo, New York. No, it's to remember the murdering ancestors. It's more for the murdering ancestors than for the murdered people. That is heavy when you think about it. And it says it really plain right here in the Message version. Go ahead, man. I just wanted to bring that out, how it states it in this version, that the tombs is not for the murdered people, but to remember the murderers. How you, King?
God, all praises. Beautiful precept, beautiful precept. As it says, we still looking at it. The tombs you build are monuments to your murdering ancestors. It goes live and direct the tombs that they build, the sepulchres, as it would say in the KJV, the monuments that they're building, they're monuments to their murdering ancestors. So you see the picture with Teddy Roosevelt on the horse, and the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi represented by a brother on one side, and then the northern tribe representing the Taino Indians, representing the tribe of Gad, the tribe of Reuben, the so-called Native American and Seminole Indian, representing the northern tribe on the other side, right? Murdering ancestors. You see the Niagara Falls, right? Built on land that they stole and turned into a money-making experience. You gotta be charged to go into Niagara Falls. You gotta pay to see Niagara Falls. You gotta pay to see these monuments that they build that represent the murder that their ancestors have done. It's a beautiful precept. All praise to the Most High, Elder, right? So we're gonna jump right into a quick article. I'll go ahead and it's on the screen. It's about 2 parts. Here it comes. Oh, taking a little long. There we go. Okay, right? So this is something, right, from the Museum of Art, Native American art, and the teacher's resources, right? And this is a picture of art depicting what's called the green corn dance. Does anybody that's in the class, anybody can answer the question, know what feast we have that is linked with the green corn dance, or with the feast of the green corn dance? Oh, I don't know what happened. Anybody have an idea?
The question is, Shalaki King, your question is what feast day that Israel has that is related to the corn dance?
The green corn dance, correct.
If I were to put a guess, I would say the celebration of Pentecost, where, that's really was a harvest time. But, I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Okay, that's a good answer, Elder. Anybody else? Come on, somebody else try and answer out. What feast day do we hold? What feast day has the Most High told us to keep in remembrance that the Native American Seminole Indian brought over here to America and continued to do, which was then named as the Green Corn Dance, or the Festival of Green Corn? Anybody else? Elder came with a good answer at the Feast of Pentecost. Come on, somebody else jump in real quick. Let me see who we got on the line that I'm going to call on somebody. Arma, Sister Arma.
Right here. Would that be a bib?
Nope, not a bib, but very good. It is the Feast of Tabernacles. We just finished celebrating the Feast of Ingathering. This is when they're gathering all the corn, right? And they did a special dance for gathering all the corn, right? So that is just a picture from the Native American Museum of Art that depicts them celebrating the Feast of Ingathering, them celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles. Khan? So just to read, indigenous cultures began cultivating corn or maize in the Southwest around 4,000 years ago, right? So that's another picture there. I'm going to just go through, right? So it was dancing, feasting, fasting, and it was a religious observation. Although it says here, the green corn ceremony typically occurs in late July or August, based on the ripening of corn, and involves dancing, feasting, and fasting. It actually, that date that the white man has is off, right? By about a month or two, right? It should be in September, October, which is when we celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, right? But you see them here depicted, and you see the fringes on the the bottom of the two men, right? They have their garment on, and they got fringes down at the bottom of the garment, right? And let's see, right? This just is a little bit more, giving you a little bit more of the information on it. I'm gonna go into, where is it? There was one part that I wanted to go. That's about the artist. That's the artist who actually went ahead and painted the pictures. Let's see. The man had to carry his staff and was accompanied by a singer or a drummer, right? So you see they even held staffs. Remember, we supposed to go to the feast of the Passover feast with our staff, all males with their staff in hand, right? So there was just similarities. This is just to show some of the similarities and show even in the painting, you see the fringes that they got down at the bottom of their garment down there, right? And the green corn ceremony is a celebration of Thanksgiving for the yearly corn harvest. It involves sacrificing the first green corn of the season to ensure the health of the rest of the harvest, right? So it was a feast day that they held in remembrance of the Feast of Tabernacles, right? And it was very similar to what we do during the Feast of Tabernacles as well, right? So let's go into the next one. We're gonna jump in. I think this is a video. The next couple is a couple videos before we get to.
I don't think that Rusty would be here today if it wasn't for the farmer's dog. He was always
Right?
a dry
And one
kibble
thing
dog
that a
because
lot
that
of
was all
people
we
don't
knew
realize
growing up. And
is
so
that the
I
first
thought
Thanksgiving,
the kibble has
the
less
first that Thanksgiving was put into place, the first time it was put into place was in the 1600s by a Massachusetts governor. We're going to get into that a little bit later on into the lesson. The governor of Massachusetts in the 1600s declared the first Thanksgiving, and he was commemorating the destruction of the Pequot tribe, which is down in Louisiana. And their destruction, over 700 men was killed, and they destroyed them when and went to war with them when they were celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles, which was known as the Green Corn Dance, right? And that was the first Thanksgiving that was ever declared here in America by the governor of Massachusetts, commemorating the destruction of 700 Native American men, women, and children who were celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles. And we'll go ahead and get into that in a second. It's a lot of videos we're going to watch tonight, so hope you enjoy.
When I think of Thanksgiving, what comes to mind is not thankfulness or a big turkey. What I think of is far more important and serious. Every year at the end of November, families all across the United States celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday. This occasion has evolved into a time of expressing gratitude and sharing a bountiful meal with family. Relatives have awkward conversations while a huge turkey is scarfed down around a table. When I was in grade school, my history books depicted the first Thanksgiving meal as a peaceful gathering between white European settlers and Native American people. But there is a lesser-known truth behind this narrative. This Thanksgiving origin story that I was taught in school was a revisionist and whitewashed version of what actually happened.
See, so what our kids is being taught in school is what's called a revisionist. I mean, they change the actual story. They re-envision the story to tell us it was a story of Native Americans and the Pilgrims coming together to sit together at peace and enjoy a Thanksgiving dinner. No, that's the way they re-envisioned it, to try and put it on our people and force it down our throats. To now our people don't even want to hear the truth. They're so wicked that they don't even want to hear the truth. They so caught up in their ways, in the traditions of men and the doctrines of devils. That's what the scriptures call it. The scriptures call it the traditions of men, which are doctrines of devils. They so caught up in the spirit of Thanksgiving, the spirit of Christmas, the Halloween spirit. Is wicked spirits that our people are caught up in, that they can't even take the time out to learn the truth and then have respect for our brothers and sisters that are Native American and Seminole Indian, that lost their families, that lost their lives, that lost children, that lost their heritage, lost their culture. What do? They pit us against each other. They make the so-called black man think that we the only people that lost our culture, that lost our lives and our families during the time of slavery, when it was happening to the northern tribe and the southern tribe. Like the scriptures say, we would be oppressed together. Because when we were in captivity in Assyria, we weren't oppressed together. When we were in captivity in Babylon, we weren't oppressed together as one whole people. When we was in captivity under the Greeks and the Romans, we was not oppressed and under the Ishmaelites and the sub-Saharan slave trade, under the Portuguese and the Spaniards, we weren't oppressed together until we all ended up in this God-forsaken country called America. And we all were oppressed together. Like the scriptures prophesy and like the scriptures say. That's how you help to get our people to understand that we are the Israelites. The northern tribe and the southern tribe will be oppressed together. But all praise to the Most High, like it says in Ezekiel. He's going to take the staff of Joseph. He's going to take the staff of Ephraim and merge them back together with the staff of Judah and make one staff in his hand. Instead of us still thinking as a people, they try to still to this day pit us against each other. Black jobs. The migrants are stealing all the jobs. Damn Trump ain't nothing but a white devil liar that want to pit us against our brothers and sisters. Let them come in and take all the damn jobs. Wasn't giving the jobs to us anyway. We the last hired, first fired. And we out there acting, worrying, trying to be all up the white man behind. Nah. Bring more of our northern tribe brothers and sisters here into this country so we could teach them the truth. So we could be out at camp in 42nd Street and they be right next to us selling water and hats and all kind of stuff. They be out there working, listening. The last time I was at camp with Yahweh and Priest Sabak and Ashiyar in New York, the Northern Tribe brother and sister that always stand next to the camp, when they walked away, they had finished doing what they was doing for the night, finished their business up, and they just in their own way pieced us and said shalom and was like gave us a hearty shalom in their own way. Because they hardly cover, they don't speak too much English and we don't speak too much Spanish, but they understood what we were saying, what Priest Sabak was teaching that night. And before they left, they acknowledged us, we acknowledged them, smiled, and they kept it moving. Right? But what do the wicked white man want us to do? He wants us to hate each other. He did the same thing with the Buffalo Soldier, making our people, after being in the Civil War, go out and hunt after the Native American man. Go out there and hunt after the Mexican man, the tribe of Issachar, the tribe of Gad and Reuben. It's because they've been trying to pit us against each other and divide us. But it's through our history and through our struggle that we went to together in this country that we figure out that we are the Israelites. When we read Deuteronomy 28, when we read the rest of the prophecies of the scriptures, to understand that we are of the 12 tribes of Israel. We are brothers and sisters in this struggle, in this captivity. And ain't nobody else been put in captivity the same way that our people have.
Following the arrival of Christopher Columbus on the shores of America in 1492, a steady stream of white European families traveled across the Atlantic Ocean to settle in this new territory. At first, they were ill-equipped to handle the harsh realities of its wilderness and climate.
It's like the scripture says, one would be stronger than the other. Esau was ill-equipped to handle what was going on over here. He didn't know how to till the land. He didn't know how to raise cattle. Jacob was a master at raising cattle. If you look at the story of Jacob and Laban, right? Israel knew how. He was a plain man dwelling in tents. The same way our Native American brothers and sisters carried on that tradition. Plain men dwelling in tents, raising up cattle, tilling the land. And yeah, we had squabbles with each other. We had little fights in between. This tribe, that tribe, they was fighting. But we wasn't out there trying to commit a mass genocide against each other and wipe each other off the face of the earth. Esau literally, as Shemayim brought out the other night, it was over 10 million plus Indian, Native American, tribe of Reuben and Gad, and Seminole Indians. And 9 million plus was wiped out and destroyed. 9 million men, women, and children was destroyed, and a mass genocide was committed upon them, where only 300,000 or a little bit more, under 500,000 of them remained. Until this day, you can see the devastation that took upon our people.
Shalom,
Shalom, Elder. Yahbashim Yishai Barakatam. Mighty Elder Torah in the building. Shalom, King.
And real quick, they just put out, Edomite put out a video showing the Black Indians. A lot of the Black Indians were the ones also that helped Esau to cultivate the land and showed them how to cultivate the land. Like the Blackfoot tribe and the Cherokees and like you say, Reuben or Seminoles and these different Indians. It showed. Esau showed you straight up. You know what I mean? That a lot of them helped Esau cultivate the land. You could get that on YouTube. Try to find the video.
Khan. And that is why Esau was able to take this land over, because we actually helped, right? We still have that same spirit to today, going back. And that's how you know we are the children of Israel. Because what happened when Jacob went to meet Esau after coming back with his family and leaving his uncle Laban? He ran out to give Esau a hug and tried to make peace with Esau. But it was war in Esau's heart. Esau said, as soon as my father died, I'm going to kill this man. It was hatred and war in Esau's heart, because he was stupid. He was a vain fornicator. He gave up his birthright in his ignorance to eat some red pottage. And what happened? The same spirit that Jacob had then to go out and hug his brother, the same spirit that our Native American brothers and sisters had and the Seminole Indians had to try and help Esau when he came over here, to try and show him how to till the land, to show him how to hunt, to show him how to graze and bring the cattle out to the land to graze. The same spirit that our people, the tribes of Judah and Levi and Benjamin, still have to this day, want to help Esau, want to love Esau.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, Elder.
Just an update to the 9,700,000 of the murders that was done. I was reading another update, and they're saying, scholars were saying, no, there were actually about 20 million killed, died by the hand of Esau, not the 9,700,000 that I was reading from the other night. So it's worse. 20 million.
Khan, that's a mass genocide, man.
Khan,
that's Khan, Elder. That's way more people than you see dying over in Palestine. That's more people, way more people than died in 9/11. That's more people, more of our people were killed in comparison to Vietnam, to the world wars, more of our people was taken out, especially when you combine all the tribes. When you combine Judah, Levi, and Benjamin, and you combine the northern tribes, just in that 400 years alone, from the 1400s all the way up until the 1800s. We're not even going to count what happened after 1886 when slavery was so-called, the Emancipation Proclamation came out and slavery was so-called abolished. We ain't going to start counting in the 1900s. Just count from 1492 to 1886. In that some odd 400 years, more of our people was killed than from World War I all the way to the Vietnam combined. That's how much of a mass genocide was committed on the northern and the southern tribes of Israel. And they divided us all throughout that point in time. They indoctrinated us into Catholicism, into Christianity, and then they divided us so we wouldn't recognize each other as brothers and sisters, but we would look at each other as enemies. So you got the Spanish man versus the black man. Whose block is this in the hood? You got the Native American and the Seminole Indian living on reservations. Who's living worse? A nigga in the projects or a Indian in a reservation? They called us all bywords, from black and African American to Native. Calling someone from the tribe of Gad or Reuben a Native American is a byword. It's the same exact thing as calling us an African American. They don't want to be called Native American. They want to be called by their tribe, which their tribal names came from their chieftains. Like if you look in the Bible, when you see Elijah was called a Tishbite, right? And you look into there's other people in the scriptures who may have not used their tribal name going back to Judah or Benjamin or Levi, right? They were called by either the area they might have lived in, or they were called by one of their tribal chieftains. And that's how you get all the names of the different tribes here in America. It was either a description of the people in itself, or a description of the land they lived in, the territory that they staked claim to, or they were named after their chief, right? And you had warrior tribes, the Apaches, the Comanches. These were warrior tribes that went to war with Esau. They wanted all the smoke with Esau, but Esau overtook them. One reason, because they were divided. Because they divided us. And they kept us divided, so they were able to overtake us. Let me play the video because we got a lot.
But indigenous tribes fed them and taught them how to grow corn and other crops to live on the land. Then, everything took a turn for the worse. This is where the revisionist whitewashing in this story happens, because it was not a peaceful coexistence between Native American tribes and white colonial settlers. Empowered by their religious beliefs and a racist disdain for the indigenous tribes, white European settlers murdered and stole from the indigenous communities who had been thriving on this land for thousands of years and multiple generations. These colonial settlers destroyed indigenous cultures by eradicating them, and even sold captive tribal members off to slavery. This brutal and racist...
So captive tribal members were sold into slavery. The tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben was sold into slavery as well.
...genocide continued throughout the expansion of the United States westward to the Pacific Ocean. 5-term governor of Plymouth Colony, William Bradford, described Native Americans as savage people who are cruel, barbarous, and most treacherous. At every level, the settlers were intent on vilifying and disempowering indigenous people. Thanksgiving has been whitewashed as a symbol of kind gratitude expressed by the white European settlers toward native tribes. This revisionist history only serves to silence the stories and voices of the millions of indigenous people who were slaughtered under a heartless and cruel colonialist agenda.
Like Elder just brought out, millions of people was destroyed.
Since
and it was
1970, the United American Indians of New England have carried out a national day of mourning during the U.S. Thanksgiving holiday. This is what they have to say about it. Thanksgiving Day is a reminder of the genocide of millions of Native people, the theft of Native lands, and the relentless assaults on Native culture. Participants in National Day of Mourning honor Native ancestors and the struggles of Native peoples to survive today. It is a day of remembrance and spiritual connection, as well as a protest of the racism and oppression which Native Americans continue to experience. As you enjoy your turkey over Thanksgiving, you have the power to acknowledge the impossibly sad and deeper truth behind the occasion.
Yeah, and we ain't trying to enjoy no turkey. We shouldn't be out there enjoying no turkey during this time. And this is how we relate to our Native American, so-called Native American and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters, and let them know that we understand their struggle. We understand what they went through, and we not celebrating Thanksgiving because of what was done and the millions of people, of our people, how we bridge that gap and let them know that they are the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And we're not going to celebrate Thanksgiving. We're going to stand with them, and we're going to boycott this day.
Talk about it and share this truth. Or perhaps do not even celebrate the holiday at all.
And that's what we do. We honor the truth. We go out and we teach the truth. And that's what we're going to continue to do.
People often say that ignorance is bliss. I would take this a step further and say that ignorance is a complete lack of compassion. We need more compassion in the world. Compassion toward the indigenous survivors who continue to face this oppression. Within our hearts and minds, we need compassion that honors the lives and dignity of the millions of murdered indigenous people of America.
That's right here in D.C., where you see those brothers standing in front of the Capitol building. Right down the block. They literally are right down the block from where we hold camp, where that picture was taken. Right? We can pause that, and we're going to get into the next video. It's going to be a bunch of videos we're going to go into.
Do you know the true dark history of Thanksgiving? In 1621, colonists invited Massasoit, chief of the Wampanoags, to a feast after a recent land deal. 2 years later, there was another similar meal, meant to symbolize eternal friendship. 200 Indians dropped dead that night from supposed unknown poison. A decade later, Massasoit's son met a comet, also known as King Philip, was forced to sign a peace treaty to give up all Indian guns. 3 of his men were hanged. His brother Wamsuta was very likely poisoned after being summoned and seized by the Plymouth court, all of which lead to the first official Indian War, King Philip's War. Do you know the
right? So that's part of the truth behind Thanksgiving. They wasn't sitting there eating turkey with us and sharing the stuffing. They was poisoning the food that they was giving us. They was writing up peace treaties to make us sign over all of our guns. They was poisoning the king and the royal family. That's what the first Thanksgiving is about. In the 1600s, they had just brought our people over here. 1621, we got over here in 1619. So 2 to 3 years later, after they brought us over here, they were continually poisoning our people. They was continually taking the land away from our people, taking the guns away from our people, so we couldn't fight against them. What you see them doing now? Putting poison into the food, right? Putting all these GMOs and all these different things, putting our water into plastic water bottles when it should be in a glass. They should sell it to us in a glass container. Putting our food in all the plastics, like Elder Shemaiah bring out, and all them plastics is getting into the food. Different levels of grade of plastic, and all of them is harmful to us. Carcinogens, which give cancer and cause cancer. High blood pressure, diabetes, filling up our food with sugar, making us, we go out, we drink Gatorade, all these different things they put on the TV to sell us, poisoning us. The same thing they did then is what they still doing now. These wicked damn devils taking our guns away. It's the white man who runs up into a damn supermarket and shoots up all of our people, but yet they want to take away our little guns so that we can't protect ourselves when this race war is coming, and the Proud Boys and Trump and all of his boys start running through these neighborhoods and martial law is established. And these racist cops get the opportunity again to go in and to go in and start coming up against our people, right? That's what they're looking to do. That's what they want to do. Because that's what they did before. And they're doing it still to this day. Poisoning food, taking our guns.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, King.
If you want to look at it this way, the first biological warfare that was done historically was done against our people. Giving people smallpox blankets, that's biological warfare.
God.
So look how wicked, look how far back they started biological warfare against our people, which is still being done today.
God, Elder.
Are you?
God. Elder's correct. That's biological warfare, chemical warfare that they brought against our people. And they still doing it till this day. And our people still yet to wake up. Yet to wake up and smell the coffee. Go ahead, Elder.
And also, there's a video I'm trying to track down on TikTok where there's a white nationalist says, and he knows all the symbols of the white nationalists. And like when Trump makes a speech in January 20th, when he comes into office, he says there's certain symbols that you got to listen to when Trump says like blood or soil. He said those are notes for the white nationalists to let the white nationalists know that they back in power and it's their time. He said, oh, Trump is going to say that, but most people don't know that. You know what I mean? But the white nationalists got a code that they say certain things that they're going to say that Trump is going to say when he gets in January 20th. Let them know they believe it's their time. So it's about to be on, huh? It's about to be on.
Khan, Elder. All praises to the Most High. And for anybody in the class, we do encourage participation. So for the sisters, for the brothers, you just say Salakia. Sisters, you're welcome to participate as well. Just say Salakia, and we'll give you an opportunity to bring out your precepts, any scriptures that you have that you'd like to add in. Also, any thoughts or comments that you might have. Definitely share your thoughts and share your scriptures. Help to edify the body and edify the nation. We always encourage participation here in our classes here in the House of Israel. So all praises to the Most High, the water for the elders, bringing out some mighty scriptures and bringing out some mighty points. Elder Tarah, if you find the video, you can either text it to me or text it to Shemaiah, or we could give you the share screen as well, whichever one works easiest for you.
It's on TikTok. I got to get the brother. So I was trying to find it, but I don't think I'll find it there. But eventually I'll find it or get the brother to share it. But it makes sense because he's a white nationalist. Trump is a white nationalist. Everything Trump is doing is for white supremacy. When he talks about abortion, it's because the white woman ain't having babies like she should. He talks about homosexuality, it's because the white man and white woman that's stopping their race. Everything he does is for a white nationalist movement. His codes that he do, his hand signals, is white nationalist movement. Him and Elon Musk is straight up white nationalists. I ain't mad at them. They want to keep their race going, but that's where we at.
God. And And we at a pivotal point in history where we got to continue to go out and do the work and wake up our Northern tribe brothers and sisters. Continue waking up the Southern tribe and let the Northern tribe brothers and sisters know that we stand with them. We've been through the same type of captivity. We've been through the same type of oppression. And we're not going to let the white man pit us against each other anymore. We're not going to let him divide us and conquer us anymore. We hear about bringing the gathering together, O nation not desired. That's what we're going to do across this country. That's what we're going to do in North and South America, across the entire world, all four corners of the globe. We're going to bring our people, the Israelites, bring the 12 tribes of Jacob back together. The elder brought that verse out at camp the other day, right? We're about gathering the nations together. What was that, elder? It's in the Apocrypha. You brought it out, Elder Torah. About gathering the children of Jacob together, right? And that's what we about doing. That's what we about making sure that we make to happen. Gathering all the children of Jacob together and bringing us back together so that we don't have to no longer be divided and conquered by Esau and his tricks, right? Let's go to the next video.
Hey, Shalaki King.
50% off everything online, plus 50% off deals in store this Wednesday through Monday.
Let me pause this. Sorry for the See, but this is the exact type of commercial. They walking in the winter wonderland, man. They're over here trying to push Christmas on our people. They push everybody got a Christmas tree up with Christmas damn decorations, lighting up their front yard, pushing it on our people. Go ahead, Elder.
Yeah, and since you guys were talking about Trump, which represents also the government, one of the things they were doing, they had started people in business. Government supported business, and the business was kill as much Native Americans as you can, and you're going to get paid for each person you kill. And it didn't matter whether it was children, babies, women, old, young, men. Once you kill, the government was paying you for killing Native Americans. So this was a government-sanctioned act that went out to the masses to kill Native Americans, kill our people, put them in business, literally. Are you?
God. And it's a money-making scheme that they run up against us. They do the same thing now with the prison houses. It's a money-making scheme that they got going on to capitalize off of our oppression, to capitalize off of our downfall as a nation and as a people, to capitalize off of the division that they cause amongst our people throughout our communities and on the reservations. They capitalize off of these things. They make money off of it. Right? Let's play this video real quick. So, short one.
America, I'm Donna, and I'm here with my friends to tell you the real history behind this holiday. Growing up, I knew that what they told you in school about Thanksgiving wasn't true. That's not the true story. The true story behind Thanksgiving was, after every killing of a whole village, these European settlers celebrated it, and they called it Thanksgiving. But it wasn't until Abraham Lincoln became president that it became an official holiday.
He ordered 38 Dakota men to be hung for war crimes after the sacred holiday Christmas.
We take this time to remember our elders who lost their lives due to what really happened. Usually my mom makes a Native American dish for us and we pray.
Growing up, I would be kind of annoyed that they didn't know what actually happened on Thanksgiving and that they're actually celebrating the deaths of many people and many tribes that were lost.
Whether it's to give thanks or to be with your family, you should learn how the holiday was established in the first place.
I'm thankful for being born indigenous to this continent.
I'm thankful that I still have my culture.
I'm thankful that my elders kept our culture alive all these years.
I'm thankful to be indigenous, resilient, and alive.
I'm thankful for us all to be able to stand together, stand strong, and stand as one.
Happy Thanksgiving, America.
You damn right. The sisters turned over the table.
All praises.
All praises to the Most High. You goddamn right. Sister turned over the tables, man. And you heard the sisters. They want their culture to stand as one, to have a remembrance of their culture. So what's part of the culture that they remembered? And they have to even remember comes from the scriptures. The culture of wearing fringes on their garment. The culture of dwelling in booths, dwelling in tents. That Jacob, they come from a man named Jacob, who was a plain man that dwelt in tents. There's part of their culture that they kept on. The keeping of certain feast days, right? They kept these as part of their culture and was passed down to their elders. And they tried to strip that away from them by assimilating them into Catholicism and Christianity. They tried to make them forget about the mass murdering and genocide of our brothers and sisters by calling it a holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, Halloween. But all praise to the Most High. Like these sisters just said, they said some key things to remember the culture and remember who they are. The scriptures say, go ask your father. Deuteronomy 32. Go ask your father. Deuteronomy 6. Tell your children and your son's son. The scriptures consistently tell us, go ask our elders and then teach what we learn to our sons. When our sons ask us about the captivity in Egypt, tell them. That's why it was put into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, all these curses that we would come under when we forgot who we are, when we forgot and did not keep the law, when we rebelled against the Most High in our own wickedness, in our own hard-headedness and stubbornness. But see, a remnant of our people kept certain of those commandments, kept even when we were on the slave fields. We couldn't even read, but yet we in the field singing about swing low, sweet chariot, come and carry us home. We couldn't read Ezekiel about the chariots, but how we in the slave field singing swing low, sweet chariot, swing low, come and carry us home, because it was a certain thing that just clicked in us and we remembered certain little things, right? And that's what we have to be able to relate to our Northern Tribe brothers and sisters. The relatable facts, the common ground of our common ancestry, and the commonalities of our oppression here in this country. That's why the Most High brought us together and said Judah and Ephraim, the Northern Tribe and the Southern Tribe, would be oppressed together in the last days. Right? So I think that's the end of that video there. Yeah, they just turned over the table, but all praise to the Most High. Them sisters turned that table over. They wasn't playing no games. That's what we should be doing in my camera's upside down. That's what we should be doing in the so-called Thanksgiving feast. Turn that damn table over, man. None of that crap.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, King.
One other important thing to remember is that Esau believed killing the Native American people was his God-given duty or right.
Yes.
Manifest destiny.
We're going to get into that, Elder. You're right
well,
about
I ain't going to bring it out then. You go ahead, King.
That's on one of the slides. I usually try when I do the lessons, do 12 tribes for the 12 slides for the 12 tribes. That's how I try and portion out the lessons. But we got Manifest Destiny on here tonight. So all praise. I was in the spirit, Elder, that you brought that up, because yes, Esau felt that it was his destiny to take this land. It was his manifest destiny. It was divinely appointed for him to come and wipe out the Native Americans, damn near wipe them out. You know, like the sister just said, you know how many tribes was lost in that 20 million people? Like whole tribes wiped out. That's why we only know a handful of them. The Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chippewa, right? The Cheyenne, the Blackfoot, the Apache, the Comanche. We can name a handful of them, but there was thousands in Canada and in the USA, because we forget about Canada. We was up in Canada too. And the French came in and took over Canada. The European man came in and colonized the United States and colonized and turned it into the United States of America. You see it up there. You see all that land. This was our land. Most High told us in Joshua, anywhere where your foot go, I'm going to give it to you. Paraphrasing Joshua 1, verses 6 through 9. Most High said, anywhere where your foot tread is going to be yours. But we got to keep the commandments, right? Yazayan, bring out Sirach chapter 12 and 10. We're going to go through those verses, and then we're going to get through. Bring it out, Baba Kashaw. Sirach chapter 12 and verse 10. I don't know if you heard me. You still there, guys? No. Oh, no, I'm going the wrong way.
The state of California funded the genocide of Native Americans.
Hold on. I went the wrong way on the slides. There we go. Back to the beginning. Yazayan, you still there? If he's not there, I can bring it out. I gotta go to the one with the Apocrypha though. We're gonna go to the book of Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 10. And when everybody has it, please say Khan. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. Right? And that's what happened. Never trust our enemy. That's what we got to tell our Native American brothers and sisters and Seminole Indian brothers and sisters. Don't ever trust your enemy. If they could have been told and remembered, this scripture could have been brought back to remembrance when those pilgrims first came over here and settled here in America. Don't trust these bastards. Don't trust them. Because like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. If our people would have just remembered this verse from Sirach, if our people would have just understood, and if our people still to this day would understand this verse from Sirach and be able to get this in their spirit and get this in their mind, you wouldn't have all these Christian apologists running around talking about everybody could be saved, right? You wouldn't have all these people running around trying to welcome in our enemy. We would understand that it's a wicked man who's going to come in and cause a mass genocide upon the people, who's going to put prices on our heads and kill us for sport and make money out of it. And then, like Elder Shemaiah brought out earlier, build monuments up, put up statues of Christopher Columbus, of Teddy Roosevelt, of Andrew Jackson, and make monuments out of murderers. Make holidays, Columbus Day, Thanksgiving, for murderers. Never trust your enemy, because like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness, like the scriptures say, right? Proverbs 11 and 21. Yazian, if you're there, you could bring it out. The book of Proverbs, I'm not sure if he's still there. I'll get it while he's in the back. Right? Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 21. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished. So they gonna be punished for the genocide that they caused upon the Native American and Seminole Indian man, woman, and child. They're gonna be punished for all the land that they stole, for the children that they indoctrinated. They're gonna be punished for stealing our heritage. And that's why our people need to stop joining hand in hand with these wicked, wicked devils. Stop celebrating these wicked holidays. Separate yourself. And don't join hand in hand with them. And don't trust your enemy. Because it's the seed of the righteous that shall be delivered. And Isaac shall thou seed be called. And who is that seed? The remnant of the children of Israel. Right? So even though hand is joining in hand today, and everybody's standing around the Thanksgiving table, and everybody's praying and saying what they're thankful for, we doing it like our Northern Tribe sisters just did in that video. We turning over tables out here, just like Yawasap did in the temple. Them sisters turned over the table on them. We're not joining hand in hand and praying around the table and thanking the Most High for this and thank. No. Be thankful in all things every day. Thank the Most High that he's bringing down this wicked kingdom. Thank the Most High that he's bringing about the destruction of America, the destruction of the American dollar, the destruction of the American government, the destruction of Esau, the man, woman, and child of Esau, the devil the Bible speaks of. He's bringing about their destruction right before their very eyes. That's why they were so happy to have Trump get into office, because they think it's going to bring them back. It's going to make America great again. They all wearing MAGA hats. When their bodies is going to be left in the dust for the maggots of the earth, for the birds and the fowls of the air. So even though these hands is joining in hands today around the Thanksgiving turkey, the stuffing and the cranberry sauce, the wicked is not going to be unpunished. So says the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Right? Now we're going to get 1 Corinthians 5. And the scriptures are on the screen once we go back. For anybody that wants to take the scriptures down, they'll be highlighted and put on the screen when you go back there, so you can see the links. Everything is right there just in case you want it. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 9 through 11. Right? I wrote unto you in an epistle not to company with fornicators. What is Esau? Esau is the most vain fornicator. Right? So if our people would have remembered this and had this scripture to tell them, don't sit at company with fornicators. The Apostle Paul wrote, don't sit at company with fornicators. Don't make company with them. Don't make friends with them. They are your enemy. And who's the most vain fornicator? Is Esau. Yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with the covetous, or extortioners, or idolaters. That is literally explaining everything about Esau right there. Esau is a fornicator. Esau is covetous. Esau is an extortioner. Esau is an idolater. For then must ye needs go out of the world. But now I have written unto you not to keep company. Don't keep company with covetous people. Don't keep company with extortioners and fornicators and idolaters. If we could just let our Northern Tribe brothers and sisters know, look at what the scriptures say. And if our ancestors would have known this, to not deal with these extortioners who brought Manhattan for $11, who went in and caused, through President Andrew Jackson's declaration, the Trail of Tears, the Indian Removal Act, meaning we're going to come on your land and tell you to leave or kill you. With idolaters that made our people become indoctrinated into Catholicism and Christianity and taught us to worship the image of Caesar Borgia. But now I have written unto you not to keep company. If any man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetous, or an idolater, or a railer, or a drunkard, or an extortionator, with such a one, no, not to eat. Don't sit down for Thanksgiving dinner with Esau. Don't sit down for Thanksgiving dinner with people that think this fornicator who is Esau is going to receive salvation. Don't sit down to eat with them. You got to sit in a corner of your room and eat a piece of chicken or eat a bowl of cereal. Do it rather than go and have this big feast, a house full of feasting. No. Don't sit and eat with them. Because that's what Esau is. This verse right here is describing Esau and describing what happened to our Native American brothers and sisters when they went to sit down with the vain fornicator known as Esau and they ate with him. Esau was covetous of their land. He wanted what they had. Esau is an extortioner and got them to give up their land for next to nothing, and then taught us how to worship idols and worship the image of the beast, Caesar Borgia. Don't even keep company with that man, right? So we go into the next verse, Hebrews 12 and 16, the classic, proving who and what Esau is, right? Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. And he's still upset that he sold his birthright for that red meat, for that undercooked morsel of meat. One morsel of meat, the man sold his whole birthright. And due to that, he's a profane fornicator, and it's nobody that's more of a fornicator or profane person than Esau. So that links up with the last verse. Don't even sit with a fornicator. If we could only explain that to our Seminole Indian and Native American brothers and sisters from the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben. It says, don't even sit for Thanksgiving dinner. Don't even sit with Esau, because he's a profane fornicator and sold out his birthright. For ye know that how afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance. There is no place of repentance for Esau. Even though he sought it carefully with tears. Esau don't get repentance. And that's how the Most High wrote the scriptures. That's how the Most High brought it out. This is what thus saith the Lord. Esau don't get no repentance. Esau is a vain fornicator, and we shouldn't even sit with a man like that for no dang on Thanksgiving dinner, right? Revelation 18 and 4. And remember, if you feel we're going too fast, go always say Salakia, but the scriptures are going to be right there on the screen in front of you, right? Another scripture about fornication, right? We start at verse 3, Revelation chapter 18 and verse 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. All these nations have taken part in fornication with Esau. They all taken part in bringing down our people. That's why you got nations across this whole country right now. People from different nations across this whole country celebrating Thanksgiving. The Indian man, the Ishmaelite, Elam, the Ishmaelite, the Arabian, Moab, Ammon, the China man, the Japanese man, the Korean man, the white man. They all celebrating Thanksgiving because they all drunk of the wine. And it's our people who still drinking off that wine and want to take part in the fornication. All the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. All these kings of the earth have joined in the fornication together with Esau. The merchants of the earth are wax rich, like the elder Shemaiah brought out. They made it a sport. They put a price tag on our head. They did the same with Judah that they did with the northern tribe. They paid you to kill us. They gave Esau money. They gave the paddy wagons, which comes, the name paddy wagon comes from a white woman who used to go around and snatch up runaway slaves. So they put price tags on our head to put a toe tag on us. Price tags on our head to put a toe tag on us and kill us and murder us. All these nations have taken part in the fornication together with her. All the kings of the earth committed fornication with this country here, America, and with America's rulers and leaders and presidents. They waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies, through all the different ways that they found to oppress us, through all the different ways that they found to enslave us. We just seen in the video, Northern Tribe was sold as slaves as well. Elder Shemaiah just brought out, they made a sport of killing with us and put price tags on our heads. They sold us on the slave blocks, from the slave ships to Wall Street and the slave blocks. That's what it means when they wax rich. They got rich off of selling us. They got rich off of killing us. And just look at the land across this country. They make money till this day off of this land. All these weed farms they got now. All the farms they stole from our people with the corn and the commodities that they make off of this land. We watched last year the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, where they took the oil farms and the oil rigs from our people. After negotiating with our people to say that we can keep them, what did the white man do? Came in and stole them by marrying our women, killing off our women's husbands, murdering our women's husbands, and then taking the oil farms by marrying into the family and then creating the $5 Indians. The white man would just go marry a Native American woman and take her inheritance, and got rich off of the oil fields that belong to our people. And now what they do, charge us for the gas, charge us for the oil. Got to go get an oil change for your car. You paying Esau. Got to go fill up the tank and get some gas. You paying Esau. They wax rich off of us by stealing it from our people. And then they make billions, millions, and billions of dollars by putting it in the movies. The Lone Ranger and damn Tonto. All the damn cowboy movies they done had. Cowboys and Indians. Pocahontas. And the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, something with the moon. I forget the name of it right off the top of my head. It got a long name. But we watched part of it, and we went through the book. The last time we talked about our Native American brothers and sisters, the Seminole Indian brothers and sisters, who was raped, robbed, and murdered in this country by Esau, the so-called white man. The devil that the Bible speaks of. And all the kings of the earth and all the merchants of the earth got rich off of our people. But see, the Most High said, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins. Get away from her. Brother in the DC chat, my brother Demetrius, he sent this verse out today. Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. Come get away from Thanksgiving. Forget about Thanksgiving. Come celebrate the feast days of the Most High. Come celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. Come celebrate Passover. Come celebrate the Feast of First Fruits. Come out of her, my people. And that's what we got to tell our people, especially Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Get away. Get as far away as you can. And be not a partaker of her sins. Don't join in and make them think that it's okay what they do to our people, because they give you some crumbs off of their table, because they give you WIC and welfare, because they give you food stamps, because they give you a little bit of crumbs off of their table. Yeah, if you got to use them, fine, you got to use them. If you got to get them and you can get them, fine, go ahead and use them and get them. Because you get a little tax return at the end of the month or at the end of the year. Because you get a little paycheck every couple weeks. Don't be a partaker in her sins and receive not of her plagues. And like it says in verse 5, for her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High Yahweh hath remembered her iniquities. Right? So that's Revelation 18:3 through verse 5. Most High God has remembered her iniquities. And the sins of Babylon, the sins of America, the sins of the presidents of this country, the government of this country, the people who came over here from the Christopher Columbus to the Pilgrims, to the colonizers, to all of Esau and the so-called white man. Their sins have reached unto heaven. Her fornication, the most, that's why the Bible says Esau is a vain fornicator. He's committed fornication with everybody across this whole entire earth. They joined in the rape, robbing, and murdering of the so-called Native American man, woman, and child, Seminole Indian, of the 12 tribes of Israel. Right? Now watch this. We're going to get into this next video, and we're going to go to the next page.
The people don't understand that there was a Holocaust in America. When you displace a people, when you try to assimilate them, and you systematically genocide them for hundreds of years, that's a Holocaust. With the government, they relocated them, and then they tried to assimilate them. And then when they realized, oh, well, actually, we don't want these dirty Indians to be assimilated with us, so we're just gonna deprive them of food and water and take away their way of life, and hopefully they just die out. And it's still happening today. No one really wants to talk about it because it's a very touchy subject, but it's my duty as an indigenous person to learn and speak about these things.
Right? It's our duty to learn and to speak about these things. It's our job to put our brick in and to show our Native American brothers and sisters that we could relate to them, that we understand what they went through, because we went through the same similar things, right? So this is a book that I got some excerpts from. All praise to the Most High, the water to Captain Karataza out here, Captain the HOIDC DMV. He brings this book to camp all the time. And he goes into this book because when, especially here in DC, and all across of the entire country, as we saw in the first picture on the first slide, but here in DC, that's something that he always brings out at camp, how we're walking through the streets, and sometimes we don't even realize as a people that we're walking over the dead bodies of Native Americans and Seminole Indians, right? Because they were here in this land. They were here before we even got here, right? And a lot of people sometimes just overlook that. They put our people against each other so much that we don't even realize that we've been through the same struggles and oppression here in this country. So he brings out this book, Mighty in the Spirit, right? Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, The Origins of American Racism by Ronald Sanders. And this is an excerpt from the book. Long ago, in our sacred writings, our ancestors informed us that neither I nor any of the other inhabitants of this land are indigenous to it, but are foreigners, right? So like the sister was saying in the video, when they turned over the table, they got to go to their elders, go to their ancestors, right? To learn the truth, right? Come here, but are foreigners, come here from a completely different place. And that our race was brought here by a Lord whose vassals they all were, who then returned to his native country after a long time. He came here again and found the men he had left behind now married to the native woman of the country, with many children and living in the villages they had built. He wanted to take them back with him, but they wouldn't go. They wouldn't even accept him as their Lord, and so he went home. Right? So that's part of the history of the Native Americans, that when they did come over here, they did come here from another land. Where did they come from? They came from Israel. They came from Samaria. Right? When they were when the Assyrian captivity was over, they began to flee and they came here to this land. Right? It says the moral drawn from this history is we have always believed that his descendants had to come and subjugate this land and make us their vassals. Now, since you say that you come from the direction where the sun rises, meaning they came from the east, right? The sun rises in the east, it sets in the west. So they came from the east, they came from Israel. And because of what you tell us about the great Lord or King who sent you here, we believe and hold it for certain that he is our natural Lord, particularly since, as you tell us, he has known about us for a long time. So that Lord they're talking about, that's King Solomon they're talking about. That even during King Solomon's time, King Solomon would send vassals, he would send people on that same route that our people took to get here, coming out of slavery after, I think the last king was King Omri, right? In the last king of one of the last kings of the northern tribe was the line of King Omri. But during the time of Solomon, Solomon sent vassals over here, and our people that were in this land, some of them stayed, and then as we continued to come over, and then eventually migrated over into this land, and then merged, which is where you get all the different tribes from, right? For certain that he is who sent you here. We believe and hold it for certain that he is our natural Lord, particularly since, as you tell us, he has known about us for a long time. Therefore, you may be assured that we shall obey you and treat you as our Lord in place of the great Lord of whom you speak, and that you may command at will in all the land over which I rule, for you shall be obeyed. All that we have is completely at your disposal, right? And then it says in the lower lane, a subsequent tradition has made this story into a legend of Quetzalcoatl, and Quetzalcoatl, I'm pronouncing it wrong, forgive me, is who they actually say is Yahweh. When Yahweh came over and taught the people of this land, that's a legend, right? Or the story that was passed down in oral tradition of the people of this land, right? So still in the same book, on the next page, right? The first page was page 100, I believe, in 38, and this is page 318. Reading from the same book. Waving a banner high in the air, the Indian guide soon was greeted by a puff of smoke far beyond the other bank of the river in response to his signal. The two men waited. Eventually, a canoe appeared bearing 3 men and a woman, all of them Indians, to the place where Francisco and Montezina were standing at the water's edge. The woman got off and spoke to Francisco in an Indian tongue that Montesinos could not understand. Although he could perceive that he was being identified in the conversation, she then turned to her male companion to explain the situation. Upon hearing her words, they rose, went over to Montesinos and said, and to his utter astonishment, she said, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohim, Adonai Ehad. So when the Spanish conquistadors had come over here, Montesinos got to meet with a family that was waiting on the shores, and guess what they said? They said the Shema to him. They said Deuteronomy 6:4 to him. They said the prayer that we pray all the time on our lessons and at our feast days. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. How did someone who was over in this country know how to say the Shema unless they were Israelites? There was no Bible that was over here. The Bible hadn't been taught to these people, to our people, not in the way that it was being brought over by the conquistadors, by the Spanish man. No. That's why Montezino said, to his astonishment, this lady said the Shema. She said, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohim, Adonai Ehad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. They had recited in Hebrew the fundamental credo of Israel. It says of Judaism. No, it's of Israel. That's why it says, Hear, O Israel. This was the credo of Israel that was being recited to Montezuma upon coming to the shores of America. A brief conversation then ensued in their common ancestral tongue. According to Montezuma, whose fluency in it is almost as perplexing to the reader of his narrative as is that of his three mysterious new companions. So this family was three people, two men and a lady, right? They told him that they were themselves of the tribe of Reuben. They even knew what tribe they were from. Said they were from the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby. We don't make this stuff up. This stuff was hidden from our people before we could read, before we understood what was written in the Bible. This stuff was written in the history books that was hidden from us. These people told him, and he was able to understand that they said they were from the tribe of Reuben and that the tribe of Joseph lived on an island nearby. Well, guess what two islands are nearby? Puerto Rico and Cuba, which is where we will find the tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh. The day when they were at last to issue forth into the world was coming soon, right? So these people even understood the prophecy that all of this stuff was happening. The conquistadors were now finding them because the end times are getting closer. Because we're coming to that point in time in the world where Ephraim and Judah, the northern and the southern tribes, would be oppressed together. The Most High was bringing us back together. Even in our wickedness, the Most High was showing his love and his grace and his favor towards Israel by bringing us back together, by putting us through the same captivity, by helping us to understand and having a small remnant that would keep the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the scriptures, to be able to recite the Shema, to be able to remember that they were from the tribe of Reuben. Why do you think they wanted to wipe out the Native American man, woman, and child? Because they remembered they were from the tribe of Reuben. They knew the tribe of Joseph lived on a nearby island. They wanted to wipe them out. They wanted to enslave us and indoctrinate us as Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. But they wanted to wipe out completely the Native American man, woman, and child. 20 million plus people wiped off the face of this planet because they remembered who they were. Remembered what tribe they were from. We're talking about thousands, at least 1,000 years after the fall of Jerusalem. And they were there before that. So they were here in this country for almost 2,000 years. When they made that trip across the Euphrates and around the southern tip of Africa, when they made that trip across the Atlantic Ocean to escape oppression and poverty and to escape slavery from out the Assyrian hand, they remembered they were from the tribe of Reuben and that they was from the tribe of Joseph. And they remembered that the time of the end was coming soon. They explained, but in the meantime, they could not allow visitors to cross over to them. So they were even protecting each other. They was like, nah, we're not letting y'all Spaniards go across over there and mess with the tribe of Joseph right now, which would be Ephraim and Manasseh. We're not letting y'all go to Puerto Rico and Cuba right now. Y'all here, y'all got to deal with us. They were willing to make an exception in the near future, however, on account of their need for education, for though they spoke Hebrew, they could not read or write it, just like we now are relearning the ancient Paleo-Hebrew. Just like we now, even though it's Yiddish, but we don't speak the modern day Yiddish, which is called Hebrew. And we don't read or write Paleo-Hebrew. Some of the very talented ones of us can speak it fluently. We can pray in the tongue and we can speak in tongues and translate what we're saying, such as the Shema, such as the Lord's Prayer, right? But we don't read and write it fluently like we do English, or like some of us that may speak other languages can read and write in the other languages that they may speak. Would Montezuma send them 12 bearded men to be their teachers? He said he would. The 4 strangers returned to their canoe, paddled back across the river, and disappeared from view. Right? Francisco told Montezuma all he knew about these people. Right? So they knew who we were. Why? Because when they came over, we had fringes on our clothes, like you see in the picture down at the bottom. Right? And I'll get Deuteronomy 33 and 21. Right? Because there was a small remnant of us over here, like it says in the book, who remembered who we are. Right? Deuteronomy chapter 33 and verse 21.
Salakia, I'm here.
Okay, Khan. All praises to the Most High. Our brother Yazian, mighty Yazian, back. So yeah, you can. It's on the screen. I've been pulling up the scriptures on the screen, so I can keep doing that. Or if you want, you could bring it out. Deuteronomy 33 and verse 21.
So like that's my bad. I'm on that medicine, so I kind of dozed off watching that video. I'm sorry.
Khan,
So,
it's all good, brother. All praise to the Most High. We're glad you're still here with us.
all praises. Deuteronomy what?
33 and 21.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33 and verse 21. When you have it, say come. And he provided the first part for himself, because there, in a portion, the law of the lawgiver was he seated, and he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel.
God, because God was one of the judges of Israel, right? Ephraim and Manasseh were the leading tribes. Ephraim, the kings, majority of the northern tribe kings were coming out of Ephraim, and Gad was their judges, right? And they dwelt here in Puerto Rico and in Cuba, just like we just read in the book. The tribes of Joseph lived on an island nearby. And these brothers and sisters that had greeted Montezuma and Francisco knew that they were from the tribe of Reuben. And there was no denying it. Right? And we knew who each other's was and recognized each other by our biblical heritage and by our bloodline heritage of being a part of the 12 tribes of Israel. Right? So now we're going to go into the Pequot Wars and the assimilation of the 12 tribes, the assimilation of the tribes into American culture. Get Psalm 55, chapter 55, verse 20 through 22, right? And it says about Reuben, Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power, right? And that's why you see the Seminole Indians, the Apaches, the Comanches. That's why you see them ready to fight. That's why you see them ready for war. It's a dignified people. Like we watched in the video earlier, the Pilgrims came over here and called us savages. But what does the Bible call us? Excellent, dignified, powerful, strong, right? Unstable as water. Thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, and defilest thou, and went up to my couch, right? So Reuben ended up losing his birthright as the firstborn because he went ahead and sinned, right? Genesis 49 and 19, I'll just read this on the screen. Gad is a troop, shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last, right? So that's why you see the strong troops, the strong tribal warriors that Gad and Reuben presented themselves as. And then the wicked devil comes over here and lies and tells us that there's something different, tells us that they're savages, tells us that they didn't know how to wash and clean themselves, that they sacrificed animals. Yeah, they was the ones who taught you how to wash and clean. They was the ones who taught you how to till the land, right? Because the Most High said these things about Reuben, said these things about Gad, prophesied these things and these blessings upon Reuben and upon Gad, right? The Seminole Indians and the North American Indians. Read that when you got it, Baba Kishar. Psalm 55, 20 through 22.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 55 and verse 20. When you have it, say, Khan.
Khan, bring it out.
Khan, he hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him.
Khan, right? That's what Esau did. We was at peace with him. We was trying to make peace with him. We was smoking the peace pipe with him. We was trying to have a peaceful, make it peaceful when they came over here. Just like you saw when Montezuma came over here with the Spanish conquistadors. We was peaceful. We told them who we were, that we were from the tribe of Reuben, and that the tribe of Joseph dwelt out there in the islands close by. We told Montezuma who we are. We told the Spanish conquistador we knew who we were. Right? But Esau put forth his hands against the tribe of Gad. Esau put forth his hands against the Seminole Indian because we was at peace with him. Read on.
At peace with him. He have broken his covenant.
He broke his covenant. Esau made peace treaties. We saw that in the first video. The second video. Esau made peace treaties with us. And they broke those covenants and came to take our guns. Esau made peace treaties with us that they would let us live on a certain acreage of land, millions of acres. They broke that covenant. Esau made peace treaties with our people that we would be able to keep the oil field, and they broke that covenant with us. Esau made peace treaties with us, and they broke the covenant. They broke the covenant and went and killed off millions of buffalo because they put forth their hands against the tribe of Gad, the Native Americans. They put forth their hands against the tribe of Reuben, the Seminole Indians. And they broke their covenant. Read on.
In verse 21, the words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but what was in his heart? His words were softer than all, yet were they drawn swords.
War was in Esau's heart. His words were smooth as butter and soft as oil, but they were drawn swords. They took our guns so they could come and cause a mass murdering against us, and we couldn't defend ourselves. War was in his heart. As soon as they made their first footsteps onto this continent, they had war in their hearts. They had drawn swords ready to kill off the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben and the other northern tribes that were in South America and that were in the islands of the Caribbean. Read on.
Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved.
Most High will never suffer the righteous to be moved. We got to cast our burdens upon the Lord. Whatever you're going through now, cast your burden upon the Lord. He's going to sustain you. You don't got to go crazy. You don't got to be down and out. You don't got to oppress your brother next to you. You don't got to take it out on your children. You don't got to take it out on yourself and drink yourself or smoke yourself to dang on death. You don't got to eat yourself to death. Cast your burden upon the Most High. Cast your burden upon Yahweh, and he's going to sustain you. And like it says in the scriptures, cast your burden upon your brother. We got to help each other bear each other's burden. That's how you fulfill the royal law. That's how you love your brother, helping them out when you seeing them bearing a burden that's too heavy for them to carry. Giving them some scriptures, uplifting them, encouraging them, edifying them. And you will thus fulfill the royal law, as it says in the scriptures. So cast your burden upon the Lord, and he's going to sustain you. He's never going to suffer the righteous to be moved, right? Let's watch this video real quick.
Blessings and love, family. This is the Elder out of New Orleans coming to you with another informative video. Peace and blessing to all the melanated family. All praises to our Creator.
All praises to the Most High. So this is the Pequot massacre, right? This is what Thanksgiving is based off of. This massacre of these people, our people, right? And my rib sent me this. All praise to the Most High. And the water to my rib for sending me this for tonight's lesson. Right? And this is one of the elders, like we saw in the earlier video. Sister said you got to ask the elders. Because why? That's what it says in the scriptures. Ask your elders, ask your fathers. Deuteronomy 32. Teach your sons. Deuteronomy 6. And your sons' sons.
And our ancestors. Well, family, this video is going to be about the origin of Thanksgiving. The Pequot massacre of over 1,000 melanated people in Massachusetts. That is the origin of Thanksgiving. What these Europeans did, there was a thriving community minding their own business. So like Europeans do, they say we got to take this land. We got to take this community. So what they did, they came in like they always do with their cannons and their guns and burnt the community down. Then the governor of Massachusetts proclaimed.
So it was 700 men from the tribe of Gad, right? 300 women and children from the tribe of Gad. And they came in with words smooth as butter, with words soft as oil, but it was war in their hearts. And they came in with drawn swords, like the elder said, with cannons, with guns, with fire, and they burnt our village. down to the ground. That we watched in the video earlier with Massasoit and with his brother, the king. And they burned our people down to the ground. And then the governor of Massachusetts declared it Thanksgiving. It's the first declaration of Thanksgiving. It was made a national holiday by Abraham Lincoln, but it was made into a holiday because at this point in time, it was just 12 colonies. We hadn't conquered the entire United States of America. We hadn't conquered, or not we, but Esau hadn't conquered our people totally here in this land. And they declared it Thanksgiving. The Declaration of Thanksgiving was made by a governor in Massachusetts in the 1600s because of the massacre at Becoit. The massacre of Massasoit. So even where they get the term Massachusetts from is from Massasoit, because that was the tribe and the people that dwelt in the New England area.
Thanksgiving Day for the massacre of almost 1,000 melanated Indians that was already here. And they not only did it in Massachusetts, they did it in Connecticut, Delaware, New Hampshire. All that was Peacock territory. Just like down south was Seminole territory, Blackfoot territory, Choctaw, Cherokee. We was already here all over America. The cowboy movies that you see them fighting the Indians, that's who they was fighting us. Now black people going out in 2-3 more weeks to celebrate Thanksgiving and don't even know the origin of Thanksgiving. The origin of Thanksgiving is a massacre of melanated people, just like the Europeans been doing all over America. Went there in California slaughtering people, Florida, Louisiana, all over America was owned and operated by melanated people that look just like me. But there's going to be a lot of black people going to celebrate this demonic holiday. Like all the rest of the holidays are demonic and made to make money and killing turkeys and everything else. That's right, family. So if you don't believe me, you can go do your own research on the Peacock Massacre of 1637. Even got white folks making documentaries on it, because it's nothing but the truth. These people ain't nothing but murderers, land stealers, liars, manipulators, and thieves. That's right, family. But family, we're going to cut this video short.
And you see that? You see what the brother said? He said, these people ain't nothing but thieves and murderers. What's the scripture say? The devil comes not to steal, not to do nothing but steal, rob, kill, and destroy. He's a murderer from the beginning. It's how we know. It's the devil the Bible speaks of is Esau. Because he came to this country robbing, stealing, and murdering. You hear all the elder named tribes up and down. The East Coast, the Midwest, right? The Blackfoot was more in the Midwest, right? The Seminole Indians was down in Florida. The tribe of Reuben. Gad was all across the whole country. The Cherokee was down in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland, D.C. The Massasoit and the Peacock were up north. That's what they call the Peacock Wars, the Indian Wars, right? Get 1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 9, Barbara Kashaw, and watch this. 1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 9.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 9 when you got to say con.
Con.
For I think that Yahweh hath set forth us the apostles last, as it were appointed to death.
Right. Some of us are going to have to die for this truth. The Most High set us forth in these last days. He brought back his prophets. He brought back his apostles. He brought back the spirit of the prophets, the spirit of the apostles, and he put that spirit on us. He put that Holy Spirit on us and in us to have us go out and teach the truth, to speak the words of the Bible. Thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Holy Bible. Not to go out and teach what the slave master indoctrinated us with. The colonizer assimilated us into. We don't teach what the colonizer assimilated our people into, or what the slave master indoctrinated our people to. No. I think it's the Most High who set us forth in these last days to speak the words of the prophet that the Most High sent forth in the days of old, to speak forth the words of Isaiah, the words of Ezekiel and Jeremiah, the words of Ezra, Edris, same person, the words of Obadiah and Micah and Malachi, the words of King David and King Solomon, the words of Yahushua HaMashiach, our Lord and our Savior, our King and even our friend. Those are the words that we speak. So we go out and say, it's the Most High Yahweh sent Yahushua not to bring peace, but to bring a sword. That there's going to be wars and rumors of wars. That he only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. We go out and speak the words that Yahushua taught, that if we love the Most High God, we would keep his commandments. We go out and speak those words because the Most High set us up for the last days. He set us up right for this time, right for this appointed time. And some of us, we're going to suffer in prison houses. Some of us going to have to be martyred for the faith. Because the time is coming, like Elder Terah brought out. These race wars is coming. These Proud Boys is coming to take back this country and make America great again with their MAGA hat on. So we got to stand 10 toes down. We got to stand firm. We got to wake up the tribe of Gad. We got to wake up the tribe of Reuben. We got to wake up them in their excellency. Wake up them in their power. Wake up them in their strength. Wake up them and let them know they are true, that they are troop, not to be reckoned with. That they judges, that they could see forth and see into the future and read the stars and understand the scriptures. Right? Read on.
What we was at the middle of verse 9, right?
Yeah, right after we were appointed to death.
Appointed to death, for we are made a spectacle unto the world and to angels and to men.
Khan, why you think they talk about us the way they do? Because we made a spectacle. The Most High God made us a spectacle to the world, a spectacle to angels. That's why it says unwittingly. Do you know that you entertain angels? A spectacle unto other men. These Christian apologists that want to get on Clubhouse. These Christian apologists that want to run up on camps. These idiots like Yaju Judah who wants to say, tell everybody that he's Yahushua. Most High God made us a spectacle unto them. So they make fun of the way we dress. The Most High made us a spectacle unto them. So they make fun of the way we talk when we say, bring it out. When we say, that's right. When we say, Kwam Yasharala. Most High made us a spectacle unto the world. He made it so that they could look at us dressed in glorious and warlike apparel. He made us a spectacle in our fringes, with our full beards, standing arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder with our brothers, waking up the lost sheep and feeding the lost sheep of the house of Israel, loving the Most High by feeding his sheep and keeping his commandments, by teaching and bringing forth and teaching Yahawashai that all men would be drawn unto us. The Most High made us a spectacle. So don't worry. Don't fret. Don't be discouraged and don't be dismayed. You're a spectacle for your family to look at. You're a spectacle for those that are around you who don't understand to look at. But also to the angels. You entertaining angels. To men and women who want to be a part of the world, you have been made a spectacle unto the world. That's why the next verse it says, we are fools for Christ's sake, but we are wise in Yahawashai. Even though we might feel weak, we are strong. That's why the Most High in Revelation says he knows our poverty, but we are rich. Most High knows we hard-headed and stiff-necked. We weak in areas, but we actually strong. We are honorable, but yet people despise us because we look to honor the commandments. We look to keep the commandments. We look to keep the faith in Yahawashai and feed the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But we're despised by the Christian church, by the Christian apologists, by the Catholics. We're despised by Amalek and Ashkenazi, by the Khazars, by the synagogue of Satan. We're despised by them. But that's because we've been made a spectacle unto the world. You see that? Let's watch this video real quick.
The state of California funded the genocide of Native Americans. Survivors were forced to convert to Christianity. In the book, An American...
Survivors were forced to convert to Christianity. California funded. That is what the Elder Shemaiah was bringing out. These states funded the mass genocide of the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben because they remembered who they were. They knew who they were before we even came over here and could proclaim who we were or where we came from. We forgot. We adopted African cultures, African languages. So it was easy for them to bring us over here and convince us that we was Africans over the course of hundreds of years. But guess what? Our Native American brothers and sisters didn't forget who they were. That's why till this day they wear fringes.
Genocide, the United States and the California Indian Catastrophe, 1846 to 1873. The author, Benjamin Madley, uncovers the California state-sponsored genocide of the American Indian population. It was state-sponsored genocide. The state of California funded the genocide of Native Americans, with the equivalent of nearly $78 million today, in California and throughout the United States.
So the same way they put billions of dollars into this war in Ukraine, billions of dollars into the hands of Amalek and the synagogue of Satan, the Ashkenazi, they were putting millions, equivalent to $78 million today. That's only one state. We're talking at this point in time, they've begun to conquer the West. They went from Kansas City or from the state of Kansas, and they started marching west. And taking the land over and proclaiming them to be states. So in one state alone, the state of California, they spent $78 million to genocide and mass murder our people.
Native Americans were forced to convert to Christianity. The History Channel admits that critics say the Spanish mission system forced Native Americans into slavery and prostitution, and the missions were concentration camps. Prior to the California missions, there were about 300,000 Native Americans living in California. By 1834, it is believed there were only about 20,000 remaining, and the Christian...
Do you see that number? It was 300,000. Probably more than that. That was the ones that they numbered and were able to count. That was an estimate. But that number of 300,000 dwindled down to 20,000. Less than 10% of our people were left after they put up this money and made it into a sport to kill us.
Mission land and buildings eventually intended to be given back to the natives ended up in the hands of others. There was no redress of these injustices. The natives were slaughtered. American Indian eyewitnesses, if they survived, could not testify against whites in a court of law. California stole these lands.
Cannot testify against whites in a court of law. You see that?
By genocide. It was mass murder, genocide, and yet California never gave these lands back to the Native Americans to whom they belong. There's a forgotten genocide, right here in America. Millions of Native Americans were murdered on their native lands.
But yet Amalek wants to talk about the damn Holocaust. What about what happened to our Native American, Seminole Indian brothers and sisters? They want us to separate ourselves from them. Slavery and what happened to the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben go hand in hand with what happened to the tribe of Judah, Benjamin and Levi.
It was genocide. This is Rome. Rome conquers, massacres, and enslaves. Rome is still here, and the killing continues. Mexicans are dying on the border every day. The script
tribe of Issachar is now dying every day. And what's happening now? They keeping them down at that same border, kicking them out of a land that was theirs. From Mexico to Texas, all the way up to the Colorado rivers, belonged the land of Issachar. The land belonged to the tribe of Issachar. And now the president steps in and has the nerve to tell our brothers and sisters from the tribe of Issachar, from the northern tribes of Israel, that he is going to put them out of a land that was once theirs. That's the audacity and the pride of making America great again. So what does make America great again mean? That you're going to go in and do the same thing you did to acquire this land and rename it America by conquering the tribe of Gad, the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Issachar, and stealing the land from them. You're going to go do that same thing again now. You're going to push them out of the land, tell them they don't belong here, and murder them and showcase them as criminals, as savages. The same thing you did to make America great the first time is what you're going to do to make America again, great again this time, Donald Trump.
Scriptures say, woe to those who write the scripture with their own hands, and then say, this is from God, that they may exchange it for a little price. Woe unto them that rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, that continue until night, till wine inflame them.
Our people are holy. Our people are a nation of kings and priests. And the Most High is holy and enthroned. And we have to praise the Most High God of Israel and glorify the Most High God of Israel. Right? And that's pretty much the end of this video, I believe.
Not married, so they tried to put me down. You could be put down.
That's the end of that one right there. Right? Let's go into Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 4. Another classic. Right?
This is Jeremiah 17 and 4. When you have say, Khan.
Khan, bring it out, King.
And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, it shall burn forever.
God. And if it wasn't through grace, we wouldn't be saved, right? We discontinued from our heritage. We discontinued from the law. The Most High gave us a law as a heritage, as it says in the Apocrypha. The Most High gave us a law as a heritage. We discontinued from that heritage that the Most High gave us. What was the heritage he gave us? He gave us his law. And he caused us to serve our enemies in a land which we know it's not. Why was this a land that we knew not? Because Our Native American brothers and sisters had come over to this land, as we read in the book, right? They came over to this land, and then we got brought over into this land, which we know if not, and we was caused to serve our enemies. And we should never have trusted our enemies. The Native American brothers and sisters should have never trusted their enemies. But it was all because we kindled a fire. We made the Most High angry. But it was because we discontinued from our heritage. We forgot to keep the law. We disobeyed and rebelled against keeping the law and wanted to follow after the customs and the ways and the gods of the other nations. And that's how we kindled the fire of the Most High God's anger. And through grace, we now get saved because the Most High forgives us and shows us mercy. And we have to thank and praise and give glory and honor to the Most High and praise Yahawashai that grace came through him, that we would be forgiven, and that now the Most High's anger is going to be against his enemies, Yahawashai's enemies, the enemies of Israel. But we discontinued from our heritage. We forgot who we were, right? And it was parts of the tribe of Gad and parts of the tribe of Reuben and even the tribe of Joseph, the northern tribe, who remembered who they were. But even in remembering who they were, they still didn't keep the law fully. They still kept some of their ways as Samaritans that they learned under the hand of their oppressors in Assyria. That now we learned here in this country under the hand of our oppressors, Esau, the so-called white man. They still want to keep their ways. They still want to keep Thanksgiving. They still want to bow down and worship Caesar Borgia, gods of wood, and bow down to that cross. Right? Read on verse 5.
God, thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from the Lord.
God, cursed be the man that trusts in man. That's why our people was cursed, because they put their trust in the pilgrim. They put their trust in the colonizer. They put their trust in Christopher Columbus. They put their trust in these so-called white men who came over here with war in their hearts and words that were drawn swords. And it made our hearts depart from the Lord. Instead of us being able to keep the customs and the feast days, keep the traditions and the laws that the Most High set before us, our hearts departed from the Most High. And we began to follow Catholicism and Christianity. We began to be Protestants and Lutherans and Baptists and Catholics and non-denominational. All kind of wickedness, because our hearts departed from the Lord. So the Most High said he's going to make a new covenant with the house of Israel, where he will write his law on the tablets of our heart. Right? Let's go to 2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 6. Baba Kashaw.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 6. When you have it, say, Khan. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient fasts, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew.
It was not lawful for a man to keep the Sabbath. It was not lawful for us to keep our feast days. That's what happened to the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben. It wasn't lawful for us to keep the Sabbath. It wasn't lawful for us to keep the feasts. We definitely couldn't do it on the plantations. We couldn't keep the Sabbath. We had to go to church on Sunday because that's what Master told us to do. We had to celebrate Christmas and Thanksgiving because that's when Master would throw us some crumbs off his table and let us cook the dang chitlins and the nastiest parts and pieces of the animal. It wasn't lawful for us to keep the Sabbath or the ancient feast days. But guess what? God remembered some of the ancient feast days, right? It wasn't lawful for someone to profess themselves to be a Jew. But guess what? Like we read in the book, God remembered that he was from the tribe of Reuben and that the tribe of Joseph dwelt in the islands not too far off from the coast of Florida where they were. God remembered those things. But the so-called white man outlawed it for them to keep their feasts, to profess themselves to be from the tribe of Gad or Reuben, to be even a Seminole Indian, or a Seminole, because calling them an Indian is a byword. They're not damn Indians. Indian is Elam. They're not Indians. That's even a byword. And it's so drilled in our mind because that's what we learned in school. It just comes out naturally when you're saying Seminole. You follow it up with the byword. Or when you say Native American or indigenous. Those are all bywords and proverbs. Right? It wasn't lawful for them to keep Sabbaths or feast days or to call themselves Israelites and Jews. Right? So let's read this real quick. Right? What is this here? The 12th day of the 8th month was ordered to be kept a day of Tub-like thanksgiving to God for his great mercies in subduing the Pequots, bringing soldiers in safety, the success of the conference, and good news from Germany. So in September, that was what the elder was talking about in the video. On September 8th, 1637, the 12th day of the 8th month, this was the first honoring of Thanksgiving. Right? The subduing of the Pequot tribes. Right? And that's what Thanksgiving in Massachusetts, this is from Massachusetts.gov. That's what the elder was talking about in the video we just watched. That was the massacre of the Pequot tribe. Right? They were thanking God, Caesar Borgia, for helping them to destroy over and murder over 1,000 of our brothers from the tribe of Gad and the Pequot tribe. Right? The Massasoits, what we watched in the video earlier. Right? And watch this. Oops. Right? Those are all different ways and different songs that the Native American Seminole Indians sing. And you see them singing these songs and doing these dances, right? And all of it leads up to them still keeping a part of their heritage. In their songs, they say Yahweh, they say Ahaya, right? They say Yahoo, they say have their different ways of saying it because we're talking, again, 2,000 years. Different languages, different dialects, but they still kept a piece of it and a part of it, right? So you see the Katabana, the Cherokee, the Muskegee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, right? All of these different tribes of Gad, people from the tribe of Gad, kept a remnant and kept some of the laws, statutes, and commandments, right? I'll play a little bit of the
Choctaw
video.
Nation and Chickasaw Nation. So the first argument is the Israelites were divided into tribes and had chiefs over them, and that as natives we have the same structure. And that's one thing that led me to this knowledge, is because I started
And this video is by a Native American brother who knows he's an Israelite, right? Like we had said earlier in the class, we were directed to place chiefs over our tribes, or the tribe of Gad would then select chiefs, then select judges, then select rulers, and select captains. And that's the same thing, the same tradition that carried over when we came over here to the land of America.
in the Bible and noticing that the government that was utilized by the tribes is the same thing that we were always taught growing up. We had chiefs appointed to be in service of the people. Second argument is that these tribes, he noticed, were using Yahuwah, and even if you look towards the bottom, there's a word for father, and it's Ishtohola Abba. And Ishtar, I think, is like a man or woman in the scripture, and Abba is obviously father, And so there's obvious similarities between the languages to this day, even with all the other tribes, even on the West Coast.
It is good that you have turned your thoughts to the Cherokee.
And that's what happened. Our people, like you see in this cowboy and Indian movie, our people joined hand in hand. They trusted their enemy.
It was caused by Yahuwah.
In the third argument, he's explaining how the natives are very intoxicated with religious pride from his perspective. And the tribes over there called themselves the beloved people, but they called the other nations the accursed people. And what you got to notice is that this is the similar thinking of the scripture. The Israelites weren't very kind, and they didn't think very nicely of the non-Israelite kingdoms. And that's the same attitude that natives have to this day. The fourth argument is the Israelites believed in the ministration of angels, and as natives we have ceremonies all the time invoking spirits, which in Navajo and according to the book, to the eastern tribes is the holy people, invocation of the holy people. And I struggled with that for a while, but I realized these are the angels of Yah, and we are invoking a spiritual warfare and looking to win and praise Yahweh in our songs, in the midst of all that. And it's all about praise. So that's another great argument. The fifth argument is the native language and dialects have the very idiom and genius of the Hebrew. It's talking about how the languages go from left to right, and the way the language is spoken is different. Like if I were to say, I'm going over there in English, I would pretty much say it backwards in the Hebrew language and also in the native tongue. Also, native and Hebrew way of thinking is very circular, as opposed to the American or Roman way of thinking, which is very linear in history and in spirituality. The sixth argument is that the calendar is very similar to that of the Hebrews from the natives, and even the festivities.
So you see in the book he's presenting everything from language to calendar to the way we dealt with other nations and how we knew we were above all nations, right? Because the Most High chose us. These are some of the things that the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben remembered, right?
And just the appointed times of the year are very similar to that of the lost tribes. The seventh argument is that the spiritual structure of the native tribes resembles that of the Israelite tribes. The eighth argument is that the festivals celebrated by the Israelites.
And that's what we was talking about earlier. The festivals, the fasts, and religious rites have also a great resemblance to those of the Hebrews. It will be necessary here to take a short view of the principal Jewish feasts they kept every year. A sacred feast called the Passover in memory of their deliverance from Egyptian bondage. 7 days were appointed, right? And then it goes into, was that Leviticus 23? Or I'm not good with Roman numerals. These they added an eighth through a religious principle as a preparatory to clear their houses of all leaven, right? So there was also a Gadite and a Reubenite remembrance of the Passover, where they also removed the leaven from their house. The name of this festival is derived from a word which signifies to pass over. So they have a festival that they keep in remembrance of the Passover, and the word used by the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben signifies to pass over. Because when the destroying angel flew through the Egyptian houses and killed their firstborn, he passed over those of the Israelites, the tops of whose doors were stained with the blood of the Lamb. Right? And we did this throughout all our generations. 3 days before this sacred festival, they chose a lamb without spot or blemish. So the tribe of Gad, tribe of Reuben, still have a festival in which they choose a lamb without spot or blemish. They kill it on the 14th day of Abib, which was the first moon of the ecclesiastical of the 7th of the civil year. They ate it with bitter herbs, without breaking any of the bones of it, thus prefiguring the death of the Messiah. Was the reason that this was the chief of the days of unleavened bread. And Gad and Reuben has a festival in which they do the same principle things. Things are a little bit switched up because, again, over the course of time, keeping the Passover according to the scriptures was beaten out of them during slavery, during their oppression, during their assimilation into Catholicism and Christianity. But they still have a remnant of people, the elders, who would pass on these traditions orally so that they would be able to still remember their feasts.
Lights are the same festivals that are celebrated by many of the tribes. Next argument is that the tribes, Israelites, were very sacrificial and sacrificed daily, in that he witnessed the tribes, throwing fat into the fire or sacrificing certain items of the animal. And I've witnessed similar acts here too on the res. The 10th argument was interesting to me because he was kind of,
And this brother who's doing this video lives on a reservation and said he witnessed certain acts of sacrifice still going on till this day on the reservation. This video is it's only maybe a couple, 2 or 3 years old.
Mocking them a little bit on their frequent bathing because they always went to the river to cleanse themselves. And I guess it was...
See, Esau don't know how to wash himself, man. We were being mocked by Esau because of our frequent bathing.
Almost like a purification, that similar to baptism. And he claims that they would come out in the morning saying, yo, 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 Hewa, yo, Hewa, and they're praising them.
See, they were coming out saying Yahweh, Yahweh, but saying it in their own tongue and dialect. Just like
Salaki.
Go ahead, King.
Hey, shalom, shalom, Yawasap, Yabashim Shabakata.
Yabashim Shabakata, Mighty Captain Yeshaya in the building.
Hey, great lesson so far, King. What's the name of this book again?
This book, I gotta go back in the video. I'll send it to you in the chat, because the brother put the name of the book out in the beginning, but I kind of fast forwarded over that part. The book that Captain Karatazar had given, The Promised Lands and the Lost Tribes. That's another book. This book again, I'll give that. I forget the name of the book.
Okay, Con.
It over to you, but this is a book that shows the similarities between the Native Americans and the Hebrews. Things called Lost Tribes and the Hebrews or something like that. But I'll send it over to you though.
Okay, Con. Yeah, I need both of these. Con.
All praises.
All praises.
Most High in the morning and giving blessings to him. Another argument is that the natives had customs regarding uncleanness that were similar to Mosaic law, and even the times of a woman's monthly period, there was times of retreat, and Old Testament has similar way of thinking.
See, and you got like the brother Ron Dalton. Definitely respect to Ron Dalton, Hebrews to Negroes. We did a great lesson on that in when the whole controversy was going on with Kyrie Irving. So if you haven't seen Hebrews to Negroes, Hebrews to Negroes by Ron Dalton. Definitely check it out. It's a great book as well. We did a whole lesson on it. We actually watched a video together as a camp. So all praises to the Most High for giving us that opportunity. But he links a lot of the traditions of the Bantu tribes that are still in the continent of Africa, along with some of the other tribes, the Igbos and the Lemba. He links a lot of their rituals and their traditions, which have been passed down through oral tradition, into showcasing that they would be Israelites. And this is what this brother is doing. And again, this brother lives on a reservation and still sees these traditions and these oral traditions that have been passed down from the tribe of Reuben and the tribe of Gad still happen until this day. So when a woman comes on her monthly cycle and she's supposed to be separate and unclean for 7 days, right? He's saying that that's still something that they do. Just like Ron Dalton is utilizing that and saying that's what the Bantu tribes do, the Igbo tribes do, right? So you see within the tribes of Israel, the law still being done through oral tradition without having the Bible in front of us. And it wasn't until years later when we could actually read and write and read and understand that Bible that now the Most High brought through the scriptures and the wisdom and the understanding of the scriptures to wake us up to understand that we are the Israelites, and woke us up here in the Americas so that we can wake up the rest of the world, Israel that is scattered abroad to the four corners of the earth. And now have the wisdom and the knowledge to go back into the history books, to go back into archaeology, to go back into the linguistics and link the language and link the traditions and link the feast days to show that we had a little remembrance of the law. The Most High was gracious enough to keep and merciful enough to keep that little bit of the law within us, even to keep in Judah's heart a praise while they was outside in them slave fields, to sing about the chariots coming to carry us home. We couldn't read nothing about, we didn't know, what do we know about the chariots coming to carry us home? We talking 16, 17, 1800s. And you got slaves that couldn't read and write talking about chariots, so-called modern day, or what they would call in the modern day spaceships coming to carry us off. The white man didn't even know at that point in time what we were singing about. Because had he known we were singing about getting taken off of the slave plantations, we would have been whooped and beat and sent off. And he talk about running away from the master's plantation. You was getting your leg chopped off like Kunta Kinte. So that's how you know the master didn't even know. But in that movie Antebellum, they say, sing us one of them sweet songs. And they tell I forgot the girl name that's in Antebellum. But they tell her, go ahead and sing us one of them sweet songs, like it says in the Psalms, making a mockery of us. But little did Esau know what we was actually singing about. Little did Esau know what rituals and what laws we were still keeping, that the Most High was merciful and gracious enough to allow us to still keep the fringes, the dwelling in tents, the booths, the feast days of the Passover. There's 8 arguments we just saw and lightly went over in this video that was presented of how you know the Native Americans, the Seminole Indians, are the children of Israel, the tribes of Gad and Reuben. And people will still argue against us. Why? Because we've been made a spectacle.
12th argument claims that a large majority of the natives then were not partaking in anything considered unclean. And that's also things like, eating pork or just 12th argument claims that
the brother said We was not participating in eating anything unclean. The brother that lives on the end, that's like you go to the projects and the brother who live in the projects say, yo, this the corner where they do this, that, and the third at. 3 blocks down, on the other side of the building, that's where this go down at. In front of the playground, don't nothing go down because that's where the kids be at. So on and so forth. They could give you the whole rundown of the whole piece of the whole projects of what go down in front of what building on what corner, because they live there. This brother lives on a reservation and is telling you there's an oral tradition, a history that's passed down that we was not eating pork. The Indian man was eating buffalo. They was eating turkey. They was eating chicken. They was eating all kind of lamb, goat. They was eating good. They was not eating the pig. The so-called Native American and Seminole Indian, pig was not big in their diet. They had corn. They had all kind of delicacies. They was eating. They knew how to make all kind of stuff with the corn. They had purple corn, blue corn, yellow corn, white corn. They had all different kinds of colors of corn. They was making tacos. They was making flatbread. They was making corn chips. All of that stuff comes from our people. All of that stuff.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, Elder.
It's just stepping back, a little bit on what you were bringing out about them singing, asking us to sing songs. Mm-hmm. And that's in Psalms 137 as well. If we go 137, we could probably start from verse 3.
I got you. Yazian, I'm going to put it on the screen. Psalm 137. And I can't never find that scene in Antebellum where the guy sitting on the horse was like, sing us one of those songs. Read that when you got it, Yazian, the book of Psalm 137, starting at verse 3.
This is the book of Psalms 137 and 3. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Go to 4.
Verse 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?
Yeah. So they telling us to sing and dance, which is stuff they still do today. We were out there September 6th. I mean, when July 6th, was it July 6th?
July 4th, June 9th.
No. When America wanted to attack the Capitol.
Oh, January 6th?
January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We out there lining up to go into camp and do our thing, and this Edomite woman says, oh, are you guys a singing group? Because they always think we're here to entertain them.
God.
Right? That's what they know Black people do. We sing and dance. So you guys storm the Capitol, the Black people come out with a singing group to sing for you. No. We come to declare the words of the Most High God. We ain't come out to sing, and just like the scripture said, they required us a song. In our captivity, in our tribulation, in our pain, they want us to bring out mirth. They want us to bring out joy. Yeah, I know you're a slave now, and we whipping you, and we beating you, and you're hungry. But because I'm Esau and I'm proud, I want you to bring mirth out. I want you to sing songs for me. Nah. They did it here in the scripture. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Go ahead, King. I yield.
God, all praises to the Most High. That's mighty in the spirit, Elder, because that is what they require of us still to this day, right? As we're still in the land of our captivity, right? That's why I said they carried us away captive and required of us a song, meaning they forced us to sing a song of Zion. What's the songs of Zion? The songs of praise that we were singing, right? And that's why you see in The Birth of a Nation, right? Nat Turner said, all right, I'm going to sing you a new song. And what's the new song he began to sing, right? That we would bind their kings with chains and bind their kings with fetters of iron. It's the new song. It's a song Yahushua is going to have us sing, right? We're going to sing a song for Yahushua, that he gave us a rod of iron to dash them to the nations to pieces, to bring his enemies to his footstool and slay them before him, to dash their babies against a stone and find joy in it. It's the new song we're going to sing, right? But they require of us to sing a song. And that's why it's in the spirit, Elder brought this verse out, right? Because it's a new song that we're going to sing. The children of the Most High is going to sing a new song about the grace and the mercy that the Most High gave to us, allowed us to be forgiven of our sins through his son Yahushua's sacrifice, through our King Yahushua's sacrifice, of him giving up his life for his people. And that's the new song that we go out and sing when we go out to the highways and the hedges to feed the lost sheep of the house of Israel. We sing a new song that we are going to be the ones, the Most High is going to raise us up by Shema Mashiach Yahushua, by the spirit and power of Yahushua with his Holy Spirit, and give us the power to keep the Lord, to give us the strength, the wisdom and the knowledge and the understanding to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. That's why he kept a remnant of us on the plantations singing the songs of Zion. Like I said, they were singing about stuff we didn't even know what we were singing and how powerful that song, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Swing Low is. We didn't even know how powerful that song was. The Native Americans singing, like we saw in the beginning of the video, don't even know how powerful the songs is that they were singing. The white man makes mockery of it and calls it a rain dance. He's trying to sing and dance for rain to come. No, they were singing and dancing and praising Yahweh. Right? This is what they require of us now, though. That's why you see all the entertainers, the best of the best are our people. And the so-called white man, the Johnny Cashes, the Elvises, the Eminems, all they are copycats of what we do. They don't have nothing of their own. They didn't invent rock and roll. They didn't invent the blues. They didn't invent hip-hop. They didn't invent jazz. They didn't invent gospel music. I have another lesson all on the music that we've brought to this world, the joy we've brought. Think of a musician or an entertainer and a singer like a Michael Jackson. People in China pass out. They were passing out for Mike. Mike started singing Man in the Mirror, and people just started falling out, crying. They didn't know what to do with themselves as soon as Mike starts singing.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead.
I got that movie scene for you as well if you want to run it.
Oh yeah, definitely. You could share it. You could bring it up on the screen. I don't know how to do it. You want to send it to me or?
Yeah, I'll play it for you if you want me to.
Yeah, play it. It's easier for you to do it. So I got to stop sharing the screen, or you just take it over?
Yeah, I'll take it over.
All right, Khan. All praises. And that's for anybody who hasn't seen that movie. That is the movie Antebellum. And just like we was just bringing out in the scriptures, the elder brought out Psalm 137 and verse 3. That's where they get that scene from, where the white slave master was telling us to sing him a song, one of those Negro spirituals. And you seen the sky kind of cracked open, the thunder started crackling. Everybody stopped for a second and looked up. They was probably looking for the chariots to come and get him. I'm not gonna tell you the whole movie because like I said, that's a really good movie. If you haven't watched it, definitely watch it. If you have watched it, watch it again. Because there's a lot of subliminals in there, and there's a lot of scriptures in there, such as this one. For there they carried us away captive and required of us a song. So you saw us in the slave plantations. Anybody who hasn't been, you want to get a chance when you go down south, stop at a cotton field. Step out onto that cotton field, the energy that you, by my place out in North Carolina, is cotton fields every couple of miles. And you feel the energy when you step out. Pick a piece of cotton. I didn't prick my hand trying to pick a piece of cotton off it. It's almost like there are thorns, right, in it. So you pick one little piece of cotton up, and I didn't prick my hands doing it. I couldn't imagine back when my spirit was on this earth during the time of slavery, because all of our spirits was here during the time of slavery, during that generation. And I can only imagine having to pick cotton for 16 hours a day. So it's almost sometimes where it's like, I don't even like saying I'm going to the plantation, because we get a paycheck, we get a lunch break, we get 15-minute breaks. We get to get off in certain cases, 8 hours, maybe 12 hours. Our people was picking cotton on a real plantation for 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, and got nothing for it. Got the scraps of a pig and told we was supposed to be happy. Got butted in the face with a dang on rifle and told to sing songs. That's a real plantation. Shoot, we go to work now. We are doing what some people might look as a low level job, non-educational job, driving around for DoorDash all day. You still get paid at the end of every day. You still make $150, $200 in comparison to what our people went through on those. And we heard in the videos, now in 2 videos confirming that the Native American and Seminole Indian man, woman, and child were sold into slavery. So they was working them cotton fields with us. Matter of fact, the cotton fields got taken from them. And you got dumb Negroes now that want to talk about how blacks sold blacks into slavery and Native Americans kept us as slaves. Damn idiots. But you don't got no smoke for Esau, the so-called white man. You don't got no smoke for him. But you want to bring it on and talk trash about our brothers and sisters, some of whom might have had slaves and sold slaves. But I bet you it was probably...
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, Elder.
Fair Use Act on the movie scene, Fair Use Act. Esau likes to pull the videos down when we do the class and show a movie scene. So, Shalaki, for cutting you off, just wanted to say Fair Use Act on the movie scene antebellum for educational purposes.
We played the movie for educational purposes. This is the Fair Use Act for everything that we use and utilize today to teach our people. We utilize the Fair Use Act in playing and the playback of any movies, songs, or recordings that we do here today. All praises to the Most High. Fair Use Act. Good one, Elder. We definitely needed that one for this. I done had a couple of lessons taken down because of the Fair Use Act. I forgot what movie. We was watching Book of Clarence. They shut that one down. A couple of other movies we was watching, or 1 or 2 was it? They shut me down on the middle of a lesson on YouTube. So definitely we gotta do that. That was all praises. Wise thinking from our wise elder right there. Right. So let's get back into the video real quick. Let's not go too, but all praises, Elder. That was beautiful. Bringing that movie out and that scripture out, because that's what they require of us, and they still require of us today to sing them a song. That's why our entertainers are the best entertainers, and anything that we do, they try to make carbon copies. They make everybody from an Elvis all the way to Eminem. And I have a lesson that one day I want to bring out and showcase the songs that they took from us and gave to Elvis. right? Blue suede shoes. That song was taken from one of our singers and given to Elvis. Eminem's rap style. He even says he got his rap style from our best rappers, the Cool G Rap, Big Pun, and he took those rap styles and then formulated into what you see him doing today, right? And so on and so forth. So you got all these people. You got the Celine Dion's, the what's the other girl, the country singer, Dolly Parton, right? All these people who take our music, take our songs, and try to make them their own, right? What was Dolly Parton? Dolly Parton sung I Will Always Love You, right? And then Whitney took the song and made it into her own song. You don't even know Dolly Parton did that song, because Whitney took it and Whitney turned it into a whole different level because of the talent that we have and that the Most High gave us to sing. Especially Judah, that goes all the way back to David and writing songs and singing songs and playing the harp, right? Same thing with Benji, right? That's one of our natural talents that the Most High gave us, because we utilize those talents to praise him. So what does the so-called white man do? He steps in and takes those talents and makes us use those talents in bad and evil and wicked ways, to have our women whoring themselves out, to have our men singing about whoring our women out and killing each other, cheating on their girls, cheating on their man, all kind of crazy stuff coming out in the music, right? Being a side piece, having a side piece. Gospel music, they don't even mention Jesus Christ anymore. It's like they don't even let gospel people say the name. And I heard a couple recent songs. They must be listening to some Israelites. They got some song out there called Yahweh right now. Got a couple of other different gospel joints, but in the 60s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, them gospel tunes, the Shirley Caesar wasn't playing no games. Although they, again, weren't fully into the truth. But who was during the 40s, 50s, and the 60s, but a small remnant of us called the commandment keepers that eventually evolved into what we now know as One West and our elders that were trained and taught in One West to bring out the truth that we are the Hebrew Israelites that the Bible speaks of, right? So this is the guy's argument number 12. Like the Jews, the greatest part of the Southern Indians, meaning the Seminole Indians, Southern Indians would be Seminole Indians, abstain from most things that are either in themselves or in the general apprehension of mankind, loathsome or unclean, such as the pig. Wherever we find a deviation from the general rule among any of them, it is corruption, either owing to their intercourse with Europeans. So our people were not looking to go have intercourse with Europeans, like they try and tell you in the movie Pocahontas. They try to put that out there in Pocahontas, that Pocahontas was in love with John Smith, and that was something that was going on in all the different tribes. They try to put that image out there. No, that wasn't happening. We actually didn't want to mate and have intercourse with the Europeans, unlike our people today. I even have 2 children with an Edomite woman. So, we obviously forgot about that part. I ask for forgiveness from the Most High. But my children are Israelites, all praise to the Most High. And it just so happened the last 2 times I was in New York, I met 2 Israelites. I met one elder this weekend that I just came back from New York. Me and my children, we was out in Fort Greene Park in Brooklyn, and I met an elder from One West, new priest Sabak, new elder Torah, knew all the elders going back from One West. He said he came in One West in like about 95, 96. And he was in One West, and now he's in the House of David. He fellowships with the House of David, but he saw me walking in my fringes. He actually stopped me and he was like, "Yo, why are you not in Sabbath class right now?" The kids was kind of like running in front of me. And so I was like, nah, I'm with my kids right now, man. This is my weekend to get the kids and hang out with them. So when the kids had ran back, they said shalom to the elder. He said shalom to them. And we stood and we had such a good conversation, man, for probably about like 20, 30 minutes. He was like, yeah, man, I know Priest Sabak. He had given me his name and his number. He told me to tell Elder Teron, Priest Sabak. He said, what's up? He used to fellowship with them back in One West. And then 2 weeks before that, I was walking with my children in a Jewish neighborhood in Long Island in West Hempstead, and a brother had seen me walking, and I was teaching the kids because it was the Sabbath, and all the Jewish people was walking around, so they was kind of looking at us weird, like what we doing in the neighborhood. And as we was walking, it was like a Jewish lady who like kind of like, almost crossed the street because she didn't want to be on the same side of the street as us. And then a brother not from Watchmen for Israel, it's another camp called the Watchmen, and he had stopped and just got out the car. We said shalom, Yahweh Shem Shabrakatan, gave me a hug, said, all praises to the Most High. I told him he was definitely an angel. Angels was definitely in camp round about him because he came at the right time. And again, Most High just sent 2 Israelite brothers 2 weeks in a row as I'm beginning to get that opportunity to be with my children again, who are Israelites, and teach them about the laws, statutes, and commandments, and go over the 10 commandments with them and read the Lord's Prayer and say the Lord's Prayer with them. The Most High sent me 2 Israelites, a young brother and an elder from One West. So all praises to the Most High, man. The Most High, like we read earlier, he's going to sustain us. We just got to put our trust in the Most High, cast our burdens on the Most High, and he's going to sustain us. He won't let the righteous be forsaken. So all praises to the Most High. That was a sidebar. Then generally affix very vicious ideas to eating of impure things, and all their prophets, priests, old warriors, and war chieftains, before they enter on their religious duties and while they are engaged in them, observe the strictest abstinence in this point. So we, in the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben, observe the strictest of abstinence from eating unclean things. Meaning, like the brother's about to say, we wasn't trying to eat no pork, and we wasn't trying to mess with them white pigs.
Hey, Shalaki, you got to share your screen again, King.
Oh, Khan. My bad. All praises to the Most High. Salaki, everybody. I forgot to elder had shared the screen. All right, give me 1 second. Screen's going to get shared. We got just a few more slides to go through. I hope the lesson is edifying to everybody. And we got a few more slides to go through. We're going to breeze through those slides. A couple more videos to watch. And all praise to the Most High. We're going to burn down this Thanksgiving because it's not a holiday. It's a hell day for our people. All right, y'all should be able to see the screen now. Let's go back.
12th argument claims that a large majority of the natives then were not partaking in anything considered unclean, and that's also things like, eating pork or just any acts of uncleanness. So this 13th argument was really interesting to me because it talks about how the laws of adultery and
so there's also in the tribes of Gad and the tribes of Reuben remnants of the law of divorce and adultery, right? Even says here, when you skip to the middle where he underlined it, he said they ridicule the white people as a tribe of narrow-hearted and dull constitution animals for having only one wife at a time, because our people practice having multiple wives. The tribes of Gad and the tribe of Reuben, they ridiculed and made fun of and made mockery of the white people for trying to introduce them to monogamy. Right? And this is what this brother underlined in the book. This is the 13th argument that the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben are the so-called Native American and Seminole Indians. It was white people It was Esau who introduced monogamy into and tried to force monogamy onto our people because they didn't want us to be a father to the fatherless. They didn't want us to be able to be as numerous as the sand of the sea and as the stars of the sky. They want to kill off our males. They don't want us to have more warriors. They don't want us to have more kings and more priests. They would rather kill us off.
Are all the same as the Hebrew Israelites, and how he witnessed the cutting off of ears and the cutting off of the upper lip from native women, and that had committed adultery. And those same testaments are also seen all over the Old Testament. Another interesting aspect is that the natives ridiculed white people for only having one wife at a time, and the Israelites obviously practiced polygyny in the Old Testament, and the natives still were and still are. And I've even heard this testaments from Navajos. Honestly, I've heard great grandpas and my grandpa's grandpa, that they had 4 wives and this and that, but no one likes to talk about that kind of thing, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I thought that was interesting. The next argument talks about how the native punishments were the same as the ancient Jews, because it was like a hand for a hand type thing, and he witnessed, those stealing or those committing any kind of acts, they would.
Man, this you're gonna have to break this class up again. What you just read about the marriage, if you go back there, I don't know if it's possible to even go back, because I guess it's part of the video. But it further down, it talked about the warriors marrying a woman or whatever and putting a ring on her hand according to the laws of Moses, which is like, oh snap, look at that. It just keep bringing out so much more information about the laws or the traditions that was held in place.
That's go ahead. I was gonna say that's it right there on the screen. If you want to read it, or I can read it and you can explain it.
Where is it? Let me see if I can see it again. When young warriors cannot dress Almod America, he strikes up one of those matches for a few moons, which they term troops toa, a make haste marriage, because it wants to. Is that the place? No, that's not it. I'm sorry.
I think you were talking about the friendliest kind of marriage among the Hebrew was eating bread together. The bridegroom put a ring on the forefinger of the bride's left hand before 2 witnesses and said, "Be thou my wife according to the law of Moses."
Yeah. And this is definitely, that's exactly where it is. I can't even see it on the screen where you read it from, but it going into the law of Moses is a powerful example as well. So I noticed that when you had it up on the screen. So
all praise to the Most High. But you see, that is something that our people was doing, like the elder brought out, right? According to the law of Moses, the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben were doing things according to the law that the Most High handed down and gave to Moses to hand down and give to who? To the children of Israel. And we're on the 13th argument being made in this book now. So that's what shows you these Christians and these Catholics and these apologists who approach us and try to down us, these philosophers and theologians, right? Like the Tamarios, like the Golden Swords, like the Elder Mike Holloways, like the Vocab Malones, all of these people who try to approach us and they try to dispute what the scholars and what history, and even more so, the oral traditions that are passed down to our people without having the Bible. These people were doing this without having a Bible in front of them. It was the people who could read the Bible the colonizers, the Spanish, who saw these things like Montezuma, who saw these things and recognized and said, why are these people keeping Hebrew customs? Why are these people keeping the laws of Moses? Because they're Israelites, right? And you can see here, you see the brother right there with his 2 wives.
Aspect is that the natives ridiculed white people for only having one
fringes. See them with their fringes on, right? And you see the brother standing there with his wife.
tree, and those same testaments are also seen all over the Old Testament. Another interesting aspect is that the natives ridiculed white people for only having one wife at a time, and the Israelites obviously practiced
the brother
polygyny.
here with his 3 wives.
Hey, Shalaki King. This is another example. The other second thought I had about the laws of Moses and the marrying multiple wives shows why there were so many millions of them.
God.
You cannot have millions of people on that level if you just had one wife. So they really were following be fruitful and multiply.
God.
So it looks like this brother here had 3 wives.
God. And that's why they were killing us off at the rate that they was killing off our men. Just like they did, just like Pharaoh did, right? And just like King Herod did. They were there trying to kill off our men because they didn't want us to be fruitful and multiply, be as numerous as the sands of the sea and the stars of the sky. So what do? They kill off our men, and like when we watched in that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, they kill off our men and they replace our man with a white man, with a John Smith like Pocahontas, with a Leonardo DiCaprio like that movie of the Flower Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon is the movie where they came in and they replaced the Native American husband with a white man, Leonardo DiCaprio, who played the husband that then impregnated one of our sisters so that his white son could now be the heir to the oil company and to the big oil conglomerate. This is way time after the Trail of Tears that this was happening. And they were taking the oil from us. All these companies in this country, Trump loves to go and say, well, America got all this oil. Yeah, the oil you stole from our people and still refuse to give back. And the Most High said the wicked is going to have their day. The day of the wicked is coming on them. Right?
Old Testament, and the natives still were and still are. And I've even heard this testament.
See them all in their fringes right there? Look at those fringes at the border of their garment.
God.
Right? And you see the brother standing proud of his 3 wives back there. He like, he's standing back there. He's like, this is our culture right here. But guess what? Once they assimilated us, they took the fringes off us. They put them in dresses, and they put the brothers in 3-piece suits with a damn sombrero on their head. Instead of us dressing in the mitre and the crown, right? In the headdress, and our women having the fringes. They took all that away from us and assimilated us into their culture, put a regular dress on, and then put on our brothers in 3-piece suits.
From Navajos, honestly, I've heard, great grandpas and my grandpa.
See, and this is, and concerning Gad, he said, "Blessed be he who enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lioness and tears the arm, yet even the top of the head." Because that's what the tribe of Gad is, a warrior tribe, and the tribe of Gad. That's why you see the lioness with multiple, right? It would be one lion, and that one lion can have three lionesses, and that's how they build the pride. Same thing with a pack of wolves, right?
Hey, King, somebody posted a question, or I guess They said, I thought the wedding rings was Greek customs. Do you want to tackle that? Or you want me to tackle it?
You could tackle it.
Well, the Bible doesn't specifically or explicitly mentions the Hebrew people using rings as a sign of being married. But there are several times rings were used in the Bible to symbolize status, authority, things like that. For example, with Joseph, the Pharaoh put a ring on his hand and made him the authority over Egypt. When the prodigal son came back from living a riotous life and thought he was going to come back and be a slave in his father's house, the father put a ring on his hand, right? The rings definitely do kind of emanate from Roman culture, right? But one of the things, remember, the scripture always says, our people always taking up a lot of heathenish ways. So it is possible that that's one of the things they took from the other nations, because that's one of the things they did in Roman culture, right? They would put rings to symbolize marriage and weddings and stuff like that. So it's not far-fetched to say that our people didn't adopt that. When you go into, in the Maccabees, it shows how we took on a whole lot of Greek cultures. It wasn't even lawful for us to call ourselves Jews. So it's something that we most definitely picked up being in captivity under a lot of these nations, living in their cultures and taking up a lot of their culture's ways and things like that. But it's definitely something that kind of grew even more, as they converted us from our culture into being so-called quote unquote Christians. So whether it's something wicked that we adopted or just a cultural thing, yes, we do it today. And you could add to that, King.
Con. And the culture goes back to actually, I don't have the Bible in front of me, but I have a chronological and historical study Bible. I don't have them right in front of me right now, but it goes back to ancient Egypt and the giving of rings to symbolize authority, as you brought out that Joseph was given a ring to symbolize his authority, right? And given a signet, I believe is also a term that's used in the scriptures. But it goes back to our days of being in captivity, because Joseph was in captivity when he was in Egypt. And then to symbolize that he was no longer a captive, he was given that ring, and that ring symbolized his authority. So, the culture of the giving of a ring goes back to ancient Egypt. So it's way before the Greek captivity, and way before the Greek customs came about, and we turned to being Hellenistic people, right? So this practice goes back to when we were in Egypt, and Moses, he was well skilled and well taught in all the ways of Egypt. So to symbolize marriage, we did have a ceremony, right? There were marital ceremonies, and then we also would consummate the marriage, right? It would be the consummation of the marriage as well. What we did more so than even give a ring was we gave a dowry, and that dowry could consist of anything from money and gold, silver, to sheep's, goats, and cattle. So there was always the exchange of something. Now, modern day times, it's the exchange of rings, right? The husband gives the wife a ring, the wife gives the husband a ring, and then that at the ceremony, and that symbolizes the marriage. Although today, most couples have I'd probably say 70% of couples have had sex prior to consummating their marriage. So it's a little different than what was expected in our times. Again, you would be given a dowry over. Within that dowry, there could have been money, gold, jewelry, a lamb, land, right? When Jacob went to marry his 4 wives, right? He had to give up. He had to work for a certain amount of years in order to get the hand in marriage of Rachel and of Leah. He had to work 7 years and another 7 years. Cattle was exchanged, right? In between that was part of the, if you want to call it, the deal that he had made with their father. So we would say a dowry. And within that dowry, there are many things that could have been exchanged within that dowry between the husband and the bridegroom. Whether or not it was a ring going onto each other's finger, we can't say that because the scripture is not specifically saying that. But the scripture does specifically say there was an exchange of a dowry between the husband and the presumed husband and the father, right? That dowry even could be taken back if the woman was found not to be a virgin, right? And so on and so forth. So that is more so where I would say that the scripture explains the giving of rings. It came from ancient Egyptian culture. The Greeks adopted and stole from the ancient Egyptians. The Romans stole from the Greeks. So that's where most people either learn or have heard that it's a Greek or a Roman custom. The Greeks and the Romans actually got it from ancient Egypt. We were in ancient Egypt for 400 plus years. And upon coming out of ancient Egypt, we did carry some of the customs, the worshiping of the golden calf being one of them. So to say that we didn't carry on that same custom of exchanging a ring or exchanging again a dowry, which is in the law, nobody can tell because none of us attended an ancient Israelite wedding. But we do know that at an ancient Israelite wedding, there was a ceremony, there was an exchanging of a dowry, there was a ceremony, and then there was the consummation of the marriage and the couple actually coming together and everybody recognizing that that woman was now married to this man and this man had been given that woman as a possession. Khan,
Shalaki King.
Go ahead.
And we also signed contracts in the case of Tobit and marrying his wife, Tobias marrying his wife. And wearing a ring, I don't think it's a wicked thing.
Right.
I actually think it's a good thing because in the case of, it kind of shows and make that woman stand out. So, brothers, I mean, the way we were, how we were married and stuff like that, everybody knew. And everybody knew everybody. That's why, we were our brother's keeper. So we're like, no, yeah, Tony's about to marry Susan, and yeah, now they're married, and so everybody knew. But we live in a time today where you might be the person who just moved into Florida, and you coming from New York, and your wife don't have a ring, and nobody knows you, and nobody knows your wife there, but that ring kind of stands out. Oh yeah, she got a ring on her finger. Yeah, I ain't gonna try to talk to her. So yeah, it's I don't see it as a bad thing. But you gave a great breakdown, King.
Khan, and how many of us, let's be honest, how many of us are giving dowries nowadays? You know what I mean? Let me know, anybody on this call that gave a dowry up for their wife, please explain to me what you did, how you did it, so I could give a hand to you and clap and say all praises to the Most High. I don't think.
I know one brother did it. But he can't speak right now.
So, you know what I'm saying? Just that again is something that is a tradition or a custom of man that was probably put in place and utilized because we fell so far away from the actual law. Our sisters fell away from being young maidens and virgins. Our brothers fell away and became whoremongers and, having sex with 15 different women and not treating none of them as if they're your wives, not keeping none of them as your wives or your lesser wives or concubines. No, you're just out there making whores out of the daughter of Zion, jumping into to each and every nation, dipping in the pot that'll let you dip in the pot in any other nation, and you're not making a wife out of nobody, but making a whoremonger out of yourself. So it's not wicked and evil to get a ring for your wife and for you to wear a ring to symbolize that you are a married man and that she is your wife or your wives for that purpose. Now, if you choose not to do that, that doesn't mean that you're wicked or wrong at all either. But again, how many of us have actually followed the law and given a dowry for our wives? Our wives are not virgins. Our wives are, for the most part, you know what I'm saying? There's probably some virgins left out there in the world. In today's society, it's very hard to find something that fits those criterias that we were to meet while keeping the law in the ancient times and ancient days. It was a lot easier to find a woman who lived in a house with her mother and her father. Nowadays, you deal with a lot of single mothers, so you can't even go to the father and give a dowry. Some people don't even know their father. They're not around, so on and so forth. So is you don't have to be over righteous. If you'd like to give your wife a ring, that's perfectly fine. You're not going to be sinning or doing something that goes against the law. That's not something that's wrong. And if you choose not to do it, then you're also still in the right, and you're not doing anything wrong against the law. There's no law that says don't give your wife a ring. So
hey, Shalaki King, I had the experience of being part of a traditional marriage, so called, in Ghana, West Africa, and the ceremony went on for several days, and it's a reason why the traditional marriages, weddings, or whatever you want to call it, the divorce don't really happen as like you would see in modern day marriages and coming together. It's a whole process for this man to marry this woman. In fact, the man himself cannot even speak. His family has to come and negotiate with the bride's family. And both families sit down, and this can go on for days. Both families sit down and literally say, well, this woman, she can read. This woman, she has this type of experience. This woman, she can do this, that, and the other, and kind of lays out all of her kind of credentials. And then based on that, they negotiate what the dowry is going to be. If the man is from a rich family, yeah, he gotta come with a lot of stuff. If it's a regular brother or whatever, he still has to come with stuff based on what the family lays out. There's a list that the family gives, and everybody in the family gotta get something. It's not just for the bride.
God.
And they negotiate. And again, the man, he can't speak for himself. The family has to speak for him. And the bride is not able to speak either. The family speaks for her. And when all of the negotiations are done and all of the things are based on the list has been presented, then they go into a ceremony. And like I said, these things can last for days. So after going through all of that, it's not just, oh, I'm going to just divorce you now, because it's like your village and her village is involved in this. No, you ain't just divorcing her. so it's a process. But today it's like, yeah, I saw you on the train and I thought you were nice, da da da. So I had to speak up. You know, I just like how you were moving and you got that sway about you, da da da. And it's all about that feeling, and ain't no checks and balances in place. So yeah, once your heart's not in it, you think you can just walk away. That's not how marriage is supposed to go. But that's kind of how it goes today. But in these traditional marriages, when you kind of have to save up to pay and get the two cows and the five goats and the curtains they ask for and the alcohol they ask for and the amount of money they ask for and all of the things they ask for. The uncle wanted a pair of shoes, the auntie wanted two dresses, and you go through all of that and save up for all of that. You ain't just leaving that woman, bro.
And that is the similarity to the ring, right? Because remember, we were in captivity. So once we were in captivity, when we were given these laws, we were coming out of captivity. We were a rich people. We had all the riches of Egypt walking away from Egypt, walking away into the promised land through the wilderness. We had all these different riches, all these different things. Then we were taking over the Canaanite nations. We were subduing the Canaanite nations. We were taking away all of their riches, right? So under King David, under King Saul, under King David, under King Solomon, and we were a rich nation going through to the split. The kingdom of Judah was a rich nation. The kingdom of Israel, before they went into Assyrian captivity, rich nations, right? We were a nation that was plenteous in goods, right? We had a lot of land, we had a lot of money, and we could negotiate, like Shemaiah brought out, goats, land, money, jewelry, clothing, any of these type of things, and all of that would be again in exchange for a maiden, for a young maiden, for her hand in marriage. You had to go make this deal with that maiden's father in regards to bringing them about. And this is the same type of tradition that we're seeing Gad and Reuben carried over. Right? Gad and Reuben had that same tradition, which is what was being read about in the book. So that's why they brought up in the book the rings, right? And if you want to go deep into it, Gad and Reuben weren't in the Greek captivity for the most part. Gad and Reuben had already made their way over here. And one of the traditions that they carried on was an exchange of gifts at the marriage. And that's what they said, according to the law of Moses, with the rings, it was an exchange of gifts, because that was something that carried over all the way over, that they were brought out. Now, they could have learned that in Assyrian captivity. Again, if you do the research, it goes back to the Egyptian captivity, in which our people learned that custom of giving of the rings, right? At the same time as circumcision. The Most High told us to circumcise on the 8th day. Egyptians circumcised their young as soon as the male hit puberty. So once a male Egyptian male hit puberty, then they were circumcised. The difference of the law of circumcision that was given to Abraham was we circumcised 8 days after you were born, on the 8th day. But did that make the law of circumcision that was given to Abraham? Because Abraham went into Egypt. At the time when Abraham went into Egypt, they were practicing circumcision, but they just didn't do it again until the male was hitting puberty. So what? That made that law wrong, or that made it no? So again, I didn't see exactly who asked that in the chat, but I hope that answered your question and gives you an opportunity to go and do some research on when wedding rings were given out and so on and so forth. Sometimes you may hear things on a class, you may hear things from another camp, you may hear something in a debate. That's what our elders teach us to do, Priest Sabak, Elder Torah. Study these things, go deeper into it and study it. I said, if I had my Bible right in front of me, which I've shown on class before, the chronological study Bible, it gives you an idea of when wedding rings was implemented. It gives you an idea of when combs were used in ancient Egypt, and when people started using combs, and when people started using wedding rings, and when people started using all these different type of things. So you got to study. Maybe, you got to buy yourself a Bible that is a cult. I have a cultural study Bible and amplified study Bible, the chronological study Bible, where it puts the chapters of the Bible in chronological order instead of what's called canonical order. Those different type of studying tools will help you to understand when these different type of cultures or when these different type of practices were adapted or created and utilized by our people while in or coming out of captivity. Because as you brought up in the chat, you thought it was a Greek custom. Actually, it goes back to ancient Egypt, right? And could even go back further than that. Just do the research on it and then teach a class on it, or do the research on it and bring it out and teach us. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of being within the house of Israel. Like I said, our elders are always learning and always teaching. Our elders learn something new, they teach us. Our elders teach us what they've already learned and teach us as they learn and continue to grow in this truth. It's always an ever learning process when you're in the truth. We're taught by our elders to never think we know it all and know everything. It's always something new to learn. You just got to embrace the learning process and understand that, there's times where what you learned can evolve. You know what I mean? So all praises to the Most High. I think there was 2 more people that said Salakia. So whoever else says Salakia, go ahead and share your thought with the class. All praises to the Most High. Whoever else was out there was a couple people that said Salakia. Y'all had something y'all want to share?
I said Salakia, but I'm cool. No, never mind. Y'all can.
All praises. And then I don't know if there was somebody else that says Salakia. If you want, you can, go ahead and share your thought with the class. We're gonna keep on moving in the video. I'm only gonna play like 2 more. It's a 10-minute video. The link is in the in the class slides. I'm gonna play a couple more minutes because we got a whole bunch more videos and slides to go through.
That they had 4 wives and this and that, but no one likes to talk about that kind of thing, And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I thought that was interesting. The next argument talks about how the native punishments were the same as the ancient Jews because...
See? So here again, right? We up to argument number 14. Seminole Indian, Native American Indian, the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Gad, the punishments for breaking their laws resembled those of the Jews, right? When human laws were first made, they commanded that if the husband found the adulterer, in fact, that they should both be put to death, right? That's what is commanded in the law. The husband and the wife, under the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, will be both put to death, right? Thus the law of Salone and Doro ordained, but the law of the 12 tables softened it, right? So you see in Native American culture, the law of Salone and Doro ordained for the 2 to be put to death, right? And those laws resembled the same laws that we followed in Israel.
It was like a hand for a hand type thing, and he witnessed, those stealing or those committing any kind of acts, they would lose their bodily members, just like those in the Old Testament. Another argument is the natives had cities of refuge for those who were in distress, just like the Israelites.
So you can get a second to read the screen, right? So you see, tribe of Gad and tribe of Reuben, when they were over here, they also had cities of refuge, right? So we have 15 different ways right now to showcase that the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben are Hebrew Israelites. And that's why something like Thanksgiving is put into place to make us all forget They want us to remember the turkey, remember the stuffing, remember the pumpkin pie and the sweet potato pie, but forget that you are an Israelite. Forget that you kept your ancient ancestors and your ancestors before being assimilated into Catholicism and Christianity, kept the rights and the traditions and the laws that the Most High God gave to Moses and Moses gave to the Israelites. If you love me, keep my commandments, for this is the full duty of man, to fear God and keep his commandments. And guess what? The tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben continued to do those things until finally they were broken by wicked Edomites who put in place of our culture, who took and robbed our heritage from us, like we read in Jeremiah, that we forget our heritage and put in place of our heritage and our feast days, Thanksgiving.
This next argument reigns so true because it says before the natives would go to war, they would have to do purification ceremonies like fasting or even like sweat lodge. And that's similar to Israelite way of war. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, growing up, I always heard Christian music and thought to myself, are we really about to sing these songs before we go to war? You know, I don't think so. I always imagine us, all of us out there with the drums like the natives, we're out like a powwow, we're singing songs, powerful songs to the Most High to empower our spirits before we go to battle, and that's exactly what the Israelites did, and that's what we still.
If you ever seen the Amalek do their funny little dances that they do, and they, come on, man, Tribe of Gad got rhythm over there. My man was doing a whole step, you know what I'm saying? My man had the step going. He was beating on the drum. They was ready to go chop some heads off with the tomahawk, man. They was ready to bust Esau in his eye with the arrow from afar. In comparison to damn Amalek be doing goddamn kicking his leg up and bouncing around in a circle looking like a retard, man. They got no rhythm whatsoever. Those ain't the real Jews. It's our people who are the Israelites and are the salt of the earth, man.
To this day, we will sing war songs before we go to war.
They basically saying Yahweh and Elohim, Eloha, right? They singing the words, but it's almost like a broken down Hebrew dialect that they singing, because they have been over here for a couple thousand years, since the time of escaping, going into another captivity after getting out of the Assyrian captivity and escaping the oppression that was soon to happen to our people again at the hands of the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans, right? They made their way over here. And of course the language would be broken down. We speak a different English than that was spoken 200 to 300 years ago. We speak different than they spoke in the 70s. How many people walking around now saying jive turkey? That's what they said in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? We speak different than they spoke in the 80s. In the 80s, it'd be like, yo, that's bad, man. We don't say that no more. Michael Jackson had a whole song, I'm bad. We don't say that no more. We speak different than we spoke in the 90s. Different forms, little by little, here and there. Because languages change as the people change. Little tweaks here and there change. We still speak English, but we don't speak the King's English. Right?
Yeah. This next argument is talking about how the Israelites were fond of wearing beads and other ornaments, and natives to this day, we take maybe a little bit too much pride in the jewelry we wear, and also, how the...
Come on, man. Going back to King Solomon, going back to the priests, the Levite priests with the ephod, right? Putting the bells on there with the pomegranates on the dress. We always was a fresh and a fly people. And the man said, look, we might take it a little too far when we wearing our jewelry. Nah. They said Solomon's servant They mistook Solomon's servant for Solomon because he was dressed so fly. So much jewels on. Solomon had jewels in his beard. So like I said, imagine, we was all fly at that point in time. All the tribes. Wasn't playing no games. We was coming correct. We taught these people how to dress. We taught these people how to sing and dance. We taught these people how to wash. And then they took all of that away from us. You heard the brother earlier say in the video that they was making fun of us for going out to the river to wash ourselves in the morning. The Spaniards and the colonists and the European white man came over here dusty and dirty, smelling like dogs, didn't know how to wash and clean themselves, and called us savages because we wanted to go wash in the river in the morning and cleanse and purify ourselves. And as you see the brother here talking, said, we have purification rituals going into a women's cycle. We have purification rituals going into war. And then we got flying fresh when it was time to get flying fresh. We put the jewels on. They made beads. They had the jingle dress on. They was getting fresh. They came out with you see how brother Mikey Allah come out at the Passover with the whole crown on, the headdress, the crown going all the way down. Glorious and warlike apparel. That is what we wore. It says in the book of Maccabees. We wore glorious and warlike apparel.
Obviously, the fringes, the Israelites were instructed to wear fringes, and natives.
Obviously, my man lives on the reservation. That's why I got this video, so you can see a modern day Reubenite Gadite talking about what he has seen over the course of his life on an Indian reservation. He said, obviously, the fringes. It's an obvious thing. And this is a meat tree right there. That they wrap that around their head. Said obviously with the fringes.
Still wear fringes, and he's talking to this day, we take maybe a little bit too much pride in the jewelry we wear, and also, how obviously the fringes, the Israelites were instructed to wear fringes, and natives, we still wear fringes. And he's talking about the tinkling ornaments, by the jingle dresses that the ladies, they do the jingle dance at the powwows. That's the same thing that was written in the Old Testament, so there it is. I'm so glad this one came up because it says the manner of the native healing is the same as the Israelite healing. And because I've noticed this, man.
Said the manner of the Native American healing is the same as the manner of the Israelite healing. When the sister, I like to bring that out at camp. When the sister with the issue of blood, she touched the fringe. She grabbed onto Yahushai's fringes and she was healed. And that's why the Native Americans wear their jingle dresses, because it goes back to one of their traditions in which the fringes / jingle dress, because that's what the jingles, if you look at the picture they just showed of the sister, see how it's a border of blue going all throughout her garment, and then she has the jingles. Those jingles are like fringes, but they're actually bells. It was our priest that was told to wear the bells, right? And in Gad and Rubite tradition, those fringes help to heal people. It was healing in those fringes. And that's what happened when the lady grabbed onto the Yahushai's fringes. Not just that lady. If you read in the book of Mark, it said people from all over came just to grab onto his fringes and be healed. They wasn't slapping them upside their head, pushing them onto the floor like you see in the Christian church. People was coming and just begging to grab onto Yahushai's fringes so that they could be healed. From all across the land, it says in the book of Mark. From everywhere you could go, they were bringing him the lame, the sick, the disease, so that they could grab onto his fringes. And it says, as many as grabbed onto his fringes was made completely whole. The Christian church only knows about the lady with the issue of blood. And all praise to the Most High. She sparked a whole revolution by grabbing onto Yahushai's fringes. She pushed through the whole crowd. She would get out my way. She pushing people out her way. I gotta get to this cat right here. And then she grabbed onto his fringes and was healed. So that's where the jingle dress comes in. The jingle dress is a symbol of healing. And that's why they dance in the jingle dress, because it's part of their tradition of being healed from whatever disease. So when you have your fringes on, what is it helping you to do? As it says in the scriptures, it's helping you to remember the Lord. So it's healing your mind. It's healing your spirit when you wear your fringes, when you grab onto your fringes, when you take hold of the fringes. And it also will heal any ailments that you have based on your faith. Do you have faith that when you keep the laws, the Most High is going to hear your prayers? Do you have faith that when you keep the laws, the Most High is going to answer your prayer? That's why it's by his stripes we are healed.
That's the same thing that was written in the Old Testament, you know? So there it is. I'm so glad this one came up because it says the manner of the native healing is the same as the Israelite healing. And because I've noticed this, man, because we get sick from the American way methods of healing, because it's not healing, it's continual sickness and profiting off of sickness. Whereas opposed to the native and the Israelite way, which is one and the same, is that it's preventative. You know, you live life spiritually and all the aspects of your life live harmoniously like music. And we know that our body can heal itself from cancer. Saying everything that is permanent, that's a lie. You know, the ancient wisdom is that the healing is in the herbs, and that's all we practice today in Native.
Right, and it says that in the Apocrypha, right? It talks about how you can receive medicine from the green herbs. You know what I'm saying? And that's another tradition that you see Gad and Reuben carried on. So we're going to cut this video short. The link to that video is in the chat, but as you can see, we didn't even get to the next 3 or 4 videos that we got down. I'll probably skip a couple. Let me jump to this. I believe this is a short.
Picture a world where your identity is a crime. This was reality for many indigenous children. Indigenous residential schools, a dark chapter in history. North America and Australia, thousands of children ripped from their...
So this is a video based on what Elder Shemaiah had brought out in one of his lessons, the assimilation of indigenous children, the assimilation of Gad and Reuben, the assimilation of Judah and Benjamin and Levi, the assimilation of all the 12 tribes of Israel into following after man's tradition and celebrating Thanksgiving and thinking Thanksgiving is something that everybody should be rejoicing and enjoying. Right? Because we were assimilated into this culture.
Forced into institutions. Their mission, erase indigenous culture, replace it with something foreign, stripped of their languages, forbidden to practice their traditions. Many faced physical and emotional abuse, a generation lost, families shattered, cultures nearly wiped out. But the spirit of resilience remained. Survivors speak out, they share their stories, they fight for justice, they demand recognition. The world is listening. We cannot change the past, but we can honor the truth, stand with them, acknowledge their pain, support their healing. The tragic tale of indigenous residential schools, a story of loss, a story of strength. Never forget, always remember. Picture a world where your identity is a crime.
Never forget.
Healing. We're not even supposed to cut.
The people don't understand that there was a Holocaust.
12:56. Okay, so we definitely went way over time. I didn't realize it was that late. Right, so we're gonna go on to the next page. The next page is about being called a proverb and a byword. You see some of the curses here: Deuteronomy 28 and 37, Psalm 83 and 3. They have a crafty counsel that they built up against us, right? Deuteronomy 28, 4 through 12 is going to give you the blessings that we would be able to receive from the Most High when we keep his commandments, right? The Edomites came with peace, with promises, right? They left us with Christianity and death, right? They began fighting wars against us, right? The Pilgrims landed in Plymouth Rock in 1620, and the Battle of Wounded Knee was in 1890, right? That's 270 years of fighting. Within the 200 years, the so-called white man murdered well over 77 million Native American Gadites and Reubenites, not to mention over 200 million plus, many more throughout all of the Americas. Countless men, women, and children were slaughtered to occupy the stolen land and establish church and states. We have to repent and keep his commandments. We have to teach the tribe of Gad that they are Israelites, and teach the tribe of Reuben that they are Israelites, and that there's proof, hardcore proof, that they kept the commandments and that they were traditions and heritage and a culture, and they were able to keep those, right? Let me get Ezekiel. Give me Ezekiel 22, and we start at 29 and verse 30. Ezekiel 22. Bring it out when you got it, King.
This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 22, and verse 9.
I want to know 29 and 30. It's on the Ezekiel 22, verse 20.
This is Ezekiel 22 and verse 29. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery and have vexed the poor and needy. Yeah, they have oppressed the stranger wrongfully.
Right. The people of the land used oppression. They exercised robbery against our people. They oppressed our people and they stole and robbed the land from us. They vexed the poor and needy. They oppressed the stranger wrongfully. Read on.
And I sought for a man among them that should make up the hedge and stand in the gap before me for the land, that I should not destroy it, but I found none.
Right. We look for men. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey. Right. We look for people that would be able to build a hedge and protect us. Barack Obama. Right. People just thought they thought what's this lady's name? The chick that didn't get elected, whatever her name. I don't even remember her name. She's
Kamala. Her name is Kamala.
Right, Kamala, right? They thought she was gonna stand in the hedge and stand in the gap for them, not realizing that it's one mediator between man and the Most High, Yahweh, and that is Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. That's the only one standing in the gap for us. That's the only one putting a hedge of protection around us, encamping the angels of the Most High God around us. That's why it says, cursed is those who put their trust in man, like we read earlier. Right? That's who is keeping us from being destroyed. That's who's been found by the Most High to be righteous and set his name above every name, to be seated at the right hand of Yahweh and given all authority and power and dominion from Yahweh. Yahweh gave that power to him. Yahweh approved of him and chose him to be the shepherd over his people, to lead Israel out of captivity. Right? But people still searching for a man to do it. They think Trump is going to make America great again. They think Kamala is going to come in and save them. Right? But these people use this land and they oppress us. Right? And they rob us and they vex the poor and the needy. They still do that till this day. Right? So we're going to bypass that. Y'all see the scriptures and the breakdowns or the Deuteronomy 28 and 37, Deuteronomy 28, 4 through 12, the blessings and the curses, right? That's what Gad and Reuben went through as well. Then we get into Asheroth, right? The journey to the other side of the world. We're going to look at this real quick, right? Just so you can see. Esau knows, right? Let's look at this video real quick. Right, so this is 1492. The movie was made in 1992, how Christopher Columbus found the New World. They actually put it in a movie and mocked us and threw it in our faces.
Why do you wish to sail west? To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is just...
And this is fair use for educational purposes only. Fair use for this movie, where Christopher Columbus used Second Esdras, the book in the Apocrypha, to locate and to find his way to the Americas. Fair Use Act.
Third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The men you're about to confront have no emotion.
Right? So they knew that Esdras had already written the way to get from the Eastern Hemisphere and to make it over to the Western Hemisphere, which would be North America and South America. Christopher Columbus said that, right? It's even in the Jewish Encyclopedia. When we look here in the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? We write on the Jewish Encyclopedia right now, right? The name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel dwell, Azareth, right? Observing the laws of Moses. So in the Jewish Encyclopedia, it says that the northern tribes were here in Azareth, observing the laws of Moses. Didn't we just read that? Didn't we just see that in a whole video presentation? Didn't we see that in the book where Montezuma landed on the shores of Florida and was greeted by the tribe of Reuben and the tribe of Joseph? So the Amalek and Ashkenazi, the Khazar, the synagogue of Satan, oh, they know, because it's in their own encyclopedia, that the other tribes, the northern tribes, who left after the Assyrian captivity, came to America, and what did they do? They observed the laws of Moses until the time of restoration, according to Second Esdras 13 and 45. Columbus identified America with this land. See the source, Kaiserling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Gross, page 15. Right? The name, it has been suggested by Sheila Szynski, is taken from Deuteronomy 24, or what is that? Deuteronomy 24 through 27, because they forsook the covenant of the Lord and went and served other gods, but the Lord rooted them out of their land and cast them into another land, Ezeret, as this day. This passage is made to refer in the Mishnah to the 10 tribes. There are different opinions expressed by Akib and Eliezer. The traditions are rather confused as to the names, whether the 10 tribes may be expected to return or not, right? Because that's why they don't claim which tribes they are, but it's written in the Jewish Encyclopedia that the land Azareth, which we would know in modern day times as America, is the land where the 10 tribes of Israel, the northern tribes, went and dwelt and kept the commandments of Moses. Right? It's in their encyclopedia, Second Esdras 13 and 45. Then we got the other precepts, Psalm 49 and 11. Right? Deuteronomy 19 and 14, Exodus 22 and 4. All of these precepts. And the last one that says Michael, it should be Micah 2 and 2. Right? So we're not going to get into everything because we're going to try and end it before 1:15. Then you got the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. American Indians were granted United States citizenship, and while all Native Americans were now citizens, not all states were prepared to allow them to vote. Western states in particular engaged in all sorts of legal slams to deny Indians the ballot. It was not until almost the middle of the 20th century that the last 3 states, Maine, Arizona, and New Mexico, finally granted the right to vote to Indians in their states. So the same way we had issues voting, they had issues voting. The same way they try and steal elections nowadays by making us vote, or we need the black vote. Same thing with the Native American vote, right? And we're not going to get in. We could do a part 2. I'm just going to go through everything. At part 2 we'll pick up on this page, right? And then we'll do the rest. Right? And just some other pictures. The downfall of the Native Americans for not following the commandments of the Most High God. Right? The troop that would overcome Gad was the U.S. Cavalry led by Andrew Jackson. The Buffalo Soldiers, who were Israelites of the tribe of Judah, along with other Gadites, such as the Apache and Comanche, etc., were tricked into aiding the cavalry in capturing many Indian nations and Indian tribes. Right? And that's what happened. That was in where it said a troop would overcome Gad at the last. That's the troop that overcame them. The U.S. Cavalry, the Buffalo Soldiers. They overcame great warriors like the Apache and the Comanche. And the U.S. Cavalry, Andrew Jackson, they wouldn't have been able to do it if Judah wasn't on their side. Because they was having a hard time dealing with Gad and Reuben. So they said, okay, let's create this civil war. Let's put some guns in Judah's hands and train Judah how to fight. Let Judah go kill off the Confederates, and then let's really use Judah what we need them for to fight against their own brothers. And there goes again, the northern tribe and the southern tribe fighting against each other, being divided by Esau. Right? Let's go to the next one. This is a good one here, right? We get into that. There's a lot of sisters that are being taken and that are being stolen from right under their own tribe's noses, man, right in the midst of their own reservations, right in the midst of their tribes. They are still to this day stealing daughters of Zion, daughters of the tribes of Israel, right? And so I'm going to play 1 or 2 of these videos. Let me get Deuteronomy 27 and 4. If you're still there, Yazayan. Deuteronomy, that one, 24 and 7, actually. Deuteronomy 24 and 7. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel and make merchandise of him or sell of him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you. Right? This white man deserves to die for stealing our sisters. Right? Exodus 21. And this is something that has happened until this day. Right? This is a very bad sex trafficking ring that they have. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. So Esau is worthy of death for stealing our Native American sister.
Since she was first reported missing in Wyoming earlier this month until her remains were found later, the case of 22-year-old Gabby Petito has captured widespread media attention.
Right? That was a white woman who was kidnapped by her boyfriend and put into and killed, and it was put into the media all over. I know because I know her father personally. I know this girl, right? I met this girl before. I worked for her dad for at least 10 years out of my life. and this story was put on full blast on every news channel. But when it comes to our sisters and our sisters from the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben, you don't hear nothing about it. That's how you know it's a
But tens of thousands of people are reported missing or murdered every year in the U.S., and people of color don't get nearly the same level of attention, particularly Indigenous and Native Americans. Amna Nawaz has our conversation.
Judy, in Wyoming alone, 710 Indigenous people were reported missing between 2011 and 2020. In fact, although Indigenous people make up only 3% of the state's population, they accounted for more than 21% of homicide victims over the last decade. And the problem is not limited to Wyoming. Native women are murdered at rates 10 times the national average.
They murder our women from the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben at a rate of 10 times the national
pattern that's reflected in a report from Abigail Echo Hawk. She's the chief research officer for the Seattle Indian Health Board and the director of the Urban Indian Health Institute. She joins me now.
Skip this interview, but she goes into some good facts on it. We just go ahead, go
Steven,
right
is that your new book?
Video, right?
Yeah. Look at this. I'm giving this book away this Sunday for free. This is 10 hand and finger exercise.
The reason why for the red handprint around my mouth is I ran for it back in 2019, I believe. This woman from, I forgot what she was from and what school she did, but she was the one who like started the cause for MMIW. So MMIW means missing murdered Indigenous women, and that's what it means in the red handprint for is to bring awareness. You know that we do have like the largest numbers of missing Indigenous women in the country and in the world, and it's kind of sad that people don't really, spread awareness that, our people are missing and our sisters are missing, and say like a different colored person was, missing, it would go worldwide, spread throughout the whole nation while our people are suffering and or still is today like that. So the whole reason why I did that was just to bring awareness to our sisters that they are being missing and they are being murdered out there. So that's just bring.
Yeah, and he said the biggest number of people in the world are our sisters from the tribe of Reuben and Gad, from the tribe of Benjamin, Judah and Levi.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead, King.
You're really going in, bro. All praises. This is a topic that a lot of people are not aware of. Like, we see like a couple of I don't know even what the number is now on Black women who are missing, and it was into the 6,000 range. But Indigenous women, they have been really, really hit hard with this, and out of is about the numbers is about 5,712 violent attack on Indigenous women, and out of that number, there was 116 that was reported to the Justice Department, or not reported, I would say, filed in their database. So it's something that they really don't give a lot of credence to. They don't give a lot of promotion to. Just imagine 5,712 women sexually attacked and violent attacked, and only 116 of that number was logged with the federal database.
Khan, that's less than 1%.
That's less. And those numbers are actually higher than that 5,000. So it's real crazy, and it's you really going into even be touching on this topic, King. All praises. Go ahead, King. I you.
God, all praises to the Most High, and that's a beautiful, thought that you said, Elder, because less than 1% of these sisters of ours from the tribe of Gad and from the tribe of Reuben are even being paid attention to, are even being reported, are even being covered by the media. That's why it says in Deuteronomy 28 and 32, thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people. They shall be sex trafficked. They shall be kidnapped. They shall be raped. They shall be murdered. And we know it's Esau. We know it's the white man doing this, because he was the one doing it when he first came and stepped foot over here as a damn pilgrim, as a Frenchman, as a Spanish man. That was who was doing it. And you even seen in the video with the brother, he was like, he was almost didn't have the spirit on him to call out, it's the white man who's doing it. Don't say it's somebody of another color. We not going onto the reservations and kidnapping these women. It's the white man doing it. But yet, and still, people want to celebrate damn Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, it's thousands upon thousands of our sisters from the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben missing, dead, raped. And you want to go carve up a damn Thanksgiving turkey instead of standing with your sisters and your brothers. And even for us to have the understanding of why they wear the red handprint on their face, to symbolize the blood that's on the hands of Esau, to symbolize how if one Edomite girl goes missing, the whole nation knows about it. Everybody's looking for her ass. Search parties and all kind of wild, crazy stuff is happening. But thousands upon thousands of our sisters are missing, and the world don't even pay attention to it. But they sure is got some cranberry sauce going. They sure did bake that pie. They sure did make sure the stuffing came with extra gravy. And they want to sit together and gather hand in hand and join hand in hand around the table and pray for what they're thankful for. What about our sisters? What about praying that our sisters come home? What about praying that we start to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments, gather together as a nation and keep the laws of the Most High God? And do as Christ told us, to love the Most High God and keep his commandments and fulfill our full duty as man, and gather together as a nation to be presented as the Most High's inheritance, as his gold refined by the fire, to be made acceptable in his sight through Yawasap, who the world calls Christ. So our sons and our daughters are given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them. How many of these families on these reservations, eyes are looking for their daughters, and they can't find them, so their eyes is failing with longing for them all? This is the curse we got to talk to our Native. You see a Native American brother and sister, you see somebody from the northern tribe come by, you can't beat them over their head with Deuteronomy 28. You got to go to Deuteronomy 32. That's what they're going to understand right away. Something's going to click in their head right away when you bring out Deuteronomy 28 and 32 to one of our Native American brothers and sisters. That's how you're going to explain to them that they're Israelite. For every sister that y'all got missing, it applies right to this verse right here. For every land that was stolen from you, just go to Deuteronomy 28 and see that you're going to serve your enemies in this land. That the fruit of your basket, the fruit of thy land, and all thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat it up. They didn't know who the damn white man was, or the Spanish man, or the French man. Oh, but he came and ate all your fruits and called the damn thing Thanksgiving. He came and took all of everything you worked for to build up one of the most massive pastures and cattle of bison and of buffalo that the world has ever seen. Millions upon millions of bison and buffalo. You know how much breeding they was doing? You know how much they were taking care of the animal? They weren't out there just slaughtering them, everybody getting fat. Let's make some buffalo ribs tonight. No. Let's make some venison ribs tonight. No. They was taking care of the deer while still using it for clothes. They was taking care of the bison and the buffalo while still using it for clothes and housing, for weapons. And they still had millions upon millions. Now those animals are all damn near extinct. We was running with the deers, running with the bison, running with the buffalo. Teddy Roosevelt and the rest of these Edomites, Andrew Jackson, came in and tried to exterminate them. That's why it said, all of thy labors, the nation they know if not, was the French man, the European man, and the Spanish man. That's who came and met Montezuma. That's who Montezuma came and met, the tribe of Reuben, that told him the tribe of Joseph is right over here on the other side of the water. That's who the Frenchmen came over. That's who the Pequot met when they met Massasoit and his tribe, ended up meeting with these damn pilgrims that mass murdered them and then still to this day kidnap our women. That our eyes long. They look for their kids, but they fail, longing for them all the day long. And there shall be no might in thy hand, meaning there's no power in the hand of the tribe of Gad or the tribe of Reuben or the tribe of Judah, Benjamin and Levi, to go and get our daughters back when they are sex trafficked, when they are raped, when they are murdered and left in the bottom of somebody's basement and you don't know what the heck happened, when our sons are kidnapped and hung by trees, beat up on the corner by cops. We don't got no might in our hand. We don't got an army. Our might is in Christ. Our might is in Yahawashai Mashiach. And the protection and the hedge that he puts around us and the angels he encamps around us. In the faith that we have in Yahawashai, that he would suffer not the righteous to be moved. And he would not forsake us and forget us. And that Yahweh wouldn't forget his word and his promises that he swore by to Jacob and that he swore by his own self. Because guess what? Thou shalt only be oppressed and crushed. So what happened to our people? What happened to Gad and Reuben? They was oppressed and crushed. Judah was oppressed and crushed. Right? Those are the precepts that you got to teach them. Lamentations 4 and 18. They hunt our steps. Deuteronomy 28, 41. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. Those are the precepts we got to teach to Gad and to Reuben, to wake them up. Right? Verse 43, the stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high, and we shall come very low. That's what happened to Gad and Reuben. The stranger that they let sit at dinner with them, the stranger that they brought in to their tribes and to their land, poisoned them, gave them blankets with smallpox, took away their guns, took away their land, with the Indian Removal Act and the Trail of Tears, takes away their daughters so that they can't procreate and continue to create more babies and build up another big tribe, strong tribe. That's what they're taking them away for, right? I'm going to just go through this last page and then show the pictures. Let me see if this.
If you were involved in a car accident, you were not at fault. Listen
That's how
to this.
important
Insurance
it is
companies
for our
don't
people
want
to
you to
stop
know.
celebrating dang on Thanksgiving.
Family and friends, along with search and rescue teams, have been looking for Selena Not Afraid in about a 3 to 5 mile radius.
Selena Not Afraid was last seen around 2 o'clock on Wednesday at the eastbound I-9.
16-year-old girl, right? Missing.
Rest area between Billings and Hardin.
Searchers have been looking for Not Afraid since New Year's Day when she was last.
Radar check.
Radio check.
Went missing New Year's Day. They can't find her. This is an epidemic that is happening, and they still won't do nothing about it. They act like it doesn't exist.
Selena Not Afraid disappeared from a rest stop on New Year's.
Hold on, did I hit that one? Yeah, that was that one. Let me see if I hit this one. I hit them both. Yeah, that's the same one, right? So we'll just go through the rest of the quick slides, right? These are some ancient artifacts that were found in Connecticut. One written in Hebrew with Abraham's name, Isaac's name in Hebrew, Adam's name in Hebrew, and Moses' name in Hebrew. All were found in the Pinnacle Mountain in Farmington, Connecticut, right? Let's see if there's a video on that one. And so I won't go through the video again. This page here, it shows you the Muskogee Green Corn Dance and the Fall Feast of Israel. Offerings are brought to the sacred fire. Offerings are brought to make sacrifices of God. The sacred name of the deity is Yahuana. The sacred name of God is Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, that's or Jehovah, or we know the true name as Yahweh. The word Posket means fasting, and the occasion serves as a day of fasting and forgiveness, right? So Day of Atonement or Yom Kippur is a day of fasting and forgiveness for all of Israel, right? And what comes right before Feast of Tabernacles? The Day of Atonement. Trees are constructed in a square around a central fire with tents surrounding it. All Israel camps at Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, around the 4 cardinal points of the tabernacle, because we dwell now in tents, but in the law, we're to build actually a booth with a specific type of wood and leave the top of the booth open to be able to see up to the sky, right? So the same things that we follow, they follow Day of Atonement, a day of fasting and asking for forgiveness, and then they go into celebrating the day of the Feast of Tabernacles by setting up booths and making offerings into the fire. We saw that in the book the brother was reading out of, and now you see it here in what's called the Muskogee Green Corn Dance, and that lines up with our Day of Atonement and our Feast of Tabernacles. Khan? I know it's late. I hope I didn't lose everybody. And then here you just have some of the English words, some of the Native American words, and then those same words in modern day Hebrew, not in Paleo Hebrew, right? And the comparisons of the language, right? So Father, Abba, Jehovah, Yahweh, right? Is Yahewah, Yah, or Wah, Yahweh, right? The same way we say Yahweh. So they have the way the Native Americans say Yahweh is, instead of it being Yahwah, they spell it Yahweh. Very similar to how we say Yahweh, they say Yahweh, right? With the E on the pronunciation of it. Same way in English, where we say pray, the modern day Hebrew and tribe of Gad and tribe of Reuben, they have a very similar word for that as well, right? So you look at and you see the similarity in the English, right? And the source is up there by Ethan Smith. The book was written in 1825. This is pages 59 and page 60 of that book, right? And you see all the different phrases, right? And all the different words that are very similar to this in the language. And when you see a people have linguistic similarities like that, that means that they're very close, a very close-knit people, that they derive from each other. You find those same linguistic similarities between Europe and American English, your Old English and Modern English, Latin and to Spanish to Italian, right? They all have similarities because Rome, the language of Rome was Latin, right? And then from Latin, you get Spanish and you get what was Italian, right? And that's why Italian and Spanish have similarities to each other, because the linguistics of the people was just handed down from one generation to the next. And that's what you see happening in the languages of the tribe of Gad, Reuben, and Hebrew. It was all very similar, right? Same thing with the name, right? In Hebrew, you got Yod He Vah He. That's the Y, that's the tetragrammaton, right? And it breaks down to Yehovah, Yehovah, Yahuwah, Yahweh. And then you see the tetragrammaton at the bottom, Yod He Vav He, right? Guess what? In various Native American languages, you literally saying and looking at the same thing. Yoewa, right? Yahweh, Yahud, Yoah, Yahoviana, Yod He Vah He. They literally say it the same way. It's just spelled a little bit different, right? And so that concludes the message, or tonight's. We had two more to go into. Actually, the manifest destiny that was brought up earlier. We were going to look up manifest destiny and the doctrine of discovery. Why does the United States try to discredit anything that connects Native Americans to ancient Israel and other Middle Eastern cultures? That's due to manifest destiny, the doctrine of discovery, and a man by the name of John Wesley Powell, who started to put out there that Native Americans were in no way connected to Israel. But even the modern day Israelis, the Synagogue of Satan, have even recognized that the Cheyenne tribe goes back to ancient Israel. The Cheyenne flag and the flag of Israel with the shield of David or the lily and pomegranate on there is very similar to the Cheyenne flag. Cheyenne was actually given, kind of sort of like Demona was given over to the Judites, or Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Demona was given to our people, and we were allowed to dwell in the land of Demona in Israel. The Cheyenne actually also have a small piece of land in Israel that was given to them by the Synagogue of Satan, because again, even in the Jewish Encyclopedia, the Synagogue of Satan recognizes that the 10 tribes of Israel, or the northern tribes, dwelt here in America. So they gave them. Israel found a missing portion preserved. Israel was missing a portion of a sacred temporal ceremony that their ancestors knew, and they needed to recover for their third temple. So the modern day Israeli, the Synagogue of Satan, they didn't know how to perform a certain tradition or a certain ritual that was performed in the temple. Then it says Israel found the missing portion preserved in a Cheyenne ceremony. So in a ceremony that the Cheyenne tribe of Gad would do, was the missing portion of that ceremony that the Israelis and the Synagogue of Satan did not know and could not figure out. And because they found this missing portion of the ceremony that they were trying to do with the Cheyenne, and the Cheyenne currently practicing that ritual, that tradition, there was some gratitude, and they gave the Cheyenne land in Israel because they know they are related. They're not related. Well, they are related through Esau, but they're not related through Israel, right? They're from Esau. They know they're from Esau. They had no idea how to complete. And this is after 1948. So this is when after the Balfour Declaration, they were trying to make and find different ways to prove that they were actually Jews. They needed this ritual, and the only people still practicing the ritual in the 1900s, after 1948, that they could find was the tribe of Cheyenne, who continued on this ritual. They don't really get into the detail. I tried to find out exactly what it was and stuff. They don't get into the detail of it. But they do acknowledge that they gave the Cheyenne a portion of land, a small, very small portion, but a portion of land in Israel. You can do the research on that. And then you see the Cheyenne shawl, right? Is very similar to the shawl that they use. So they even stole, because you see this is a very old picture taken in the 1800s of a Cheyenne woman wearing this shawl. And then this is the Hebrew shawl that Ashkenazi wears. And you would see them wearing that, to pray and different things like that. And they utilize the law in Numbers 15 and 38 that we should wear fringes with a border of blue. So the Cheyenne was wearing fringes with a border of blue. And then as the Balfour Declaration came into play and the Israelis stole the land of Israel and moved in there, they began to look toward the Native Americans to find certain traditions, such as the shawl and such as the ritual performed in the temple. So those are some things that you also have opportunity to learn, how even the modern day Jewish man, the Israelis had to look toward the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben to learn certain practices that they continue to do toward this day that were found in the law. And then goes into manifest destiny and the doctrine of discovery. And we'll get into that next time. That would be a conclusion of the lesson. All praise to the Most High, the Wadi Yahweh, the Wadi Yahweh Shai, the Wadi for everybody that was able to participate. Sorry we went so long. I know I said I was going to try and end it by like 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, but it is now 1:39. So we're going to go ahead and end the lesson. All praises to the Most High for everybody that was able to stay along. I hope you were edified. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. And with that, we say Shalom and Kwam Yasharala. We'll say the Shema and we'll say the Lord's Prayer. This is Deuteronomy. Give everybody a few minutes to go ahead and bow your head, face the east, prostrate yourself before the Most High, and show reverence to the Most High, Yahweh Shai. We're going to do Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. This is the Shema of Israel. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh, Allah, Hayanawa, Yahweh, Shemai, Yasharala, Yahweh, Allah, Hayanawa, Yahweh, Ahad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. This is Shemai, Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. And we're going to say the Lord's Prayer and say it in the Paleo Hebrew. And then we'll also say the Lord's Prayer in English. That's given Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. All praises to the Most High. All right, this is the Lord's Prayer in the Paleo Hebrew. And Abanawa Shabbat Shalom. Kadash, Haya, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Aya, Bashamayim, Nathanawa, Lakam, Kawal, Yawam, Wasalaknawa, Kabawafinawa, Kasalakinawa, Kabawafinawa, Wala'a, Tawayanawa, Banashinawa, Abal, Hawishinawa, Man, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Watapara, Labayamyam, Man. The book of Matthew, chapter 6 and verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed holy is your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thank you for giving us this day our daily bread. We ask that you would forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. Lead us and guide us not into temptation and deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the power, the kingdom, and the glory forever and ever. In Yahweh Shai's name we pray. Amen. We thank you and praise you and glorify you, Heavenly Father. We thank you, Ba'ashem Mashiach Yahushai, in the name of your only begotten Son. We thank you, Yahushai, for giving up your life and for giving your life back to Yahweh for our sacrifice, that you would save the lost sheep of the house of Israel. We thank you that you would come back and receive us and bring us back and redeem us back unto the Father, Heavenly Father. Yahweh Shai, that you would send your only, that Yahweh, you would send your only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai. We ask you to bless our family, bless our friends, Heavenly Father, to come into the truth, Lord, all those that you would have come back to you, that they would stop celebrating this wicked holiday at Thanksgiving, this wicked holiday at Christmas, this wicked holiday at Easter, and all of these man's traditions and doctrines of devils. We ask you to continue to do your work and continue to do your will. Fill us with your wisdom, fill us with your knowledge, fill us with your understanding, fill us most of all with your love, that we would be able to love you, keep your commandments, and that we'd be able to love our brothers and help bear each other's burden. In Yahweh's name we pray and glorify you, Heavenly Father. Amen. With that, I yield. All praises to the Most High, the water, everybody, and Shalom.
Shalom. All praises to the Most High. A mighty class, a whole bunch of information, and you ain't even scratched the surface. I know you wanted to go more and deeper, but yeah, man, powerful information, King. And now our people who didn't celebrate Thanksgiving is going to go line up for Black Friday, a day when they were selling slaves.
God, they lined up right now. They literally lining up right now.
They lining up right now for Black Friday. Yeah, I got a buck right here. He can make you good babies, and I got a wench right here. Yeah, that's selling our people. Now we celebrating by getting some savings. Oh man.
God, craziness, man. But yeah, we got to probably do a part 2 on that. And Salaki, everybody, again, I didn't know I was going for so long, but we had beautiful participation from all the elders, from our captains, from our brothers. So all praises to the Most High, and hope everybody was edified and you learned at least one thing. And all praises to the Most High, the Wadi Yahweh, the Wadi Yahweh Shai, everybody for joining us, and hope you enjoyed yourself.
Hey, Shalaki King. From Thanksgiving to Christmas is when the stores out there make 90% of their income. All year, they kind of just getting by. Right now, this season, starting from Black Friday, is when the stores make 90% of their income. In Israel, stop marching, and the thing you should do is stop spending. That's going to hit Esau where he feels it the most.
Khan, we have so much, and they always say we have the most buying power, man. We could shut down this whole country if we stop doing certain things, and it's simple things too. If we gonna have to get water from them, right? Even when we was in the wilderness, the Most High said, "Look, you're gonna have to go to Esau for water. Don't complain about it." You know what I'm saying? And we had to go get certain things from them. But if we stop buying pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, do you know how bad this economy would fall? If just certain little things that are in the law, that if we stop doing, if we stop, our sisters stop buying such revealing clothes and all this other kind of stuff that they wear, all these hair products and all fake eyelashes and all this other crazy stuff that they
all of these Christmas gifts.
all of this kind of stuff, if we stop buying it, this whole economy would be turned upside down.
All of the Christmas trees and the lights they put on their house to pay the electric company more money as well.
God, just by following the law,
by following the law,
not keeping Christmas, not dressing like whores, and not eating these abominable foods. This whole economy would be turned upside down and topsy-turvy. Not traveling for the holidays and different stuff like that. When they, when they had the pandemic and they shut stuff down, it was our dollar that they missed. They didn't have us out there spending all the money like they knew we would spend. That's even why Trump said, okay, let's give these niggas an extra certain amount of money. We got to give them some money to spend money on something. And you know what I mean? They threw us a little bit of money and made us buy food from damn Uber Eats, because that's all we could get is Uber Eats to buy food. We couldn't travel nowhere. We couldn't go do nothing. It wasn't no sense in buying all new clothes and all this other stuff. And you know, they still wanted us to celebrate those holidays, Easter and Christmas, and you know, they shut kind of Thanksgiving down because we couldn't go, but you could still send people Christmas gifts and all kind of stuff. We would shut down Amazon. Bezos wouldn't be a billionaire no more. We could take so much money. We don't go out and buy all the damn Teslas and all this other crazy stuff. This guy is trying to start selling us with the robots and everything.
Hey man, hey! I want me a Tesla robot.
God. Man, Tesla is one of my main competitors with the damn solar panels. Everybody got damn Tesla solar panels, man. You know. But
I want me a Tesla robot to fight the police robot.
Right. You gotta have your own robot to fight against their robots now.
God.
Living in the damn Jetsons now, man. That's like the cartoon, the Jetsons, and everybody had their own little robot maid, and Rosie the maid for the Jetsons. Crazy, man. That's how we living right now. But you're 100% right, man. We could turn this world over topsy turvy if we just go ahead and stop putting money into their system. But that's even what they gave us money for. They can still treat us like slaves, but they needed their system. They needed that industrial revolution to flow. So it was like, okay, they knew what they was planning on doing next in that crafty council. They planned 10, 20, 30, 40 years ahead. You know what I'm saying? 40, 50 years ago, they knew what they was planning on doing for this generation and this era. They knew the type of technology they was planning on trying to come out with 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. If you go 40 years back, that's only what we in 2020 now, so another 20, take another 20 off of that. You know, you in the 80s. In the 80s, they knew what they was doing the plan for this generation. They knew exactly that's why they was coming out with the damn video games in the 80s and getting everybody addicted on the 8-bit video games. Now everybody's, the damn video gamed out, and when you go to the army, you do better if you know how to play video games, because that's how you fly in your drones and fly in the boats, and or the boats sailing the boats and flying the aircrafts and all of that stuff. It's all based on video games. You know what I'm saying? So the people that generation that came up playing video games, that they put the Call of Duty Warfare game in there, and everybody addicted to Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto or some type of shooting game. And the next is it's easy for them to transition into the army and do the same exact thing.
Sure.
And that's how they control us. But yeah, man, it was a beautiful participation. I appreciate everybody in there and participating. I'm just looking through the chat now, so we had some Captain Karatas. I don't know if Yeshaya is still in there. Let me screenshot it.
No, most of them dipped out.
Okay, he put the name of the books inside the chat.
There?
Yeah, inside the chat. If you go in the chat, Karatas, I put the name of the 2 books inside the chat.
Oh, God, all praises.
Because that was who I got the books from, and then the guy. But yeah, we had a lot of people in there. Gabal put some Gabal Yasharala put some good info in there on the Indian Removal Act. So all praises to the Most High. Everybody was participating in the.
Okay, so wait, the Shalaki King. The name of the book, the first one is A Star in the West,
and the History of the American Indians.
And the next book is The History of the American Indians. Okay, got it. So I'll post those 2 books in the
group,
in the YouTube, for the people in the YouTube, so they can get that.
Khan, all praises, all praises. So yeah, again, the water for everybody. See some people still rocking with us late. Choni still on here, all praise to the Most High. Yap still on here, all praise to the Most High. Yatayan still on here, all praise to the Most High. Asaya still on here, Shanti still on here, all praise to the Most High. So, and anybody still rocking with, I think you just stopped the YouTube. But anybody that was rocking with us on the YouTube, all praise.
No, I stopped the recording and I'm about to stop the YouTube now.
Okay, all praises. So the Water family for riding with us on the Zoom as well as on the YouTube. And with that, we say Kwam Yasharala, Shalom.
Kwam Yasharala.
Shalom. Hey,
Shalom.
yeah. Right, all praises, all praises.
Ready?
I mean, what you brought out there, that's like we've been watching cowboy and Indian movies and never knew that when they were doing that, they were praising the Most High.
God. God.
You know?
Ready to go to war.
Always been right in our face.
Yep. God.
Wow. All praises, man.
All praises.
All praises.
Shalom.
Family.